Good morning, everybody. Hey, I hope y'all slept well, because I did. I've been dreaming a lot here lately. A whole lot. Good morning, y'all. Don't I look crazy? It's okay. I could do that. It's early Saturday morning. Who cares? You're supposed to look crazy in a robe on Saturday. That's how it's supposed to go. Hey. I don't know why whenever I use this natural light, it be messing with my eyes, y'all. It really do. It's crazy. I don't know if it's because of the way I have this light set up on these iPads or what. Good morning. Does this look blurry to y'all? It feels blurry to me. Let's do that. Is that a little bit better? Yes. For my eyes. Hey, y'all. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Rose, Ashley, everybody. Look, I got 2 robes in here. That's how y'all know I'm not going nowhere without no. I took my blanket with me when I left. Ooh. It looks different, right? I don't know. It's not as yellow as the thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Awesome day, Michael Foster. Oh, goodness. It's because we don't have that light on, but I'm trying to try different things because my eyes be tripping. Hey, good morning. I've been up about an hour and a half and talked to y'all niece. She's doing well. Hey, so I thought I was going to have something to show y'all today, but in my haste of ordering it, I sent it to my daughter's house, so it'll be delivered today. I don't know how I did that. I don't. So she has to turn it back in so I can get my refund, and then we'll get it again. And then I'll tell y'all. Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, Mr. Hardy. Good morning. Woo! I've been reading, and I think we should read it. Do you guys want to read? We haven't had book class in a minute. For real, for real. There was a lot going on last week. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to have a little book class or what? Good morning, James. Did I get a little black package? That don't mean it ain't been delivered. I haven't been to I was out of town, baby. Remember, my baby had surgery, so I haven't been to the P.O. box or nothing since right before I left. So if it got delivered, I'll have to grab it sometime next week. Because Auntie is not leaving this house today. Okay. Yeah, we're going to get this going. Ooh. Give it a couple 10 minutes or so. Oh, I was tired when I got off of here. I tell you, getting older is a trip, man. It really is. Getting older it's a real trip. Like, your body be different. You hear me? Good morning. Oh, shoot, Miss Mackenzie. Uh-huh. You probably gonna like today's class. Getting older is crazy. I have to go for morning walks or my whole day will be messed up. Listen, it's a real thing. Now I'm just getting where I just need to sit and be for about 30 minutes before I talk or do anything, because I fell asleep in the middle of class last night. That's good. We turned into our grandparents, AJ. I told you. Y'all know y'all grandma used to go to sleep watching TBN and Daystar. You said say it louder for the people in the back. You know y'all grandmas used to go to sleep watching TBN and Daystar. Tammy Faye with her big old hair and that pink hair. And y'all done turned into her. All of y'all be falling asleep in class. Did you fall asleep in church? Good morning. Good morning, sister. Good morning. You didn't I told y'all was about to turn into y'all grandparents. Y'all didn't believe me. I tried to tell y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? Did I? Now look at you, acting just like your grandma and grandpa. Good job. That's how I am. I feel bad sometimes because I be wanting to talk to that first thing, but I just sit there for about 30 minutes. Well, talk to him while you sitting there. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, God, thank you for waking me up, and can you touch this hip maybe? And I just be, recounting my day and doing all of that, going over different stuff. You have to. You assess your life. When you assess your life, you don't make a lot of crazy decisions. When you act on impulse, then it be crazy. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I used to, as a kid, my dad always literally telling me someone wasn't right in the building. Listen, you have to. You have to. You have to. I think I think I really, I'm sitting outside enjoying this cool breeze. I thought about it, but I'm gonna do it later. Probably I gotta build that other shelf today. I already went in there and laid them boards down. It's just gonna be a short shelf to put all these other little things on, honey, because this is gonna drive me crazy. All I gotta do is drill holes. And the cool thing is the other shelves that I had like this that was over here on the wall, they gonna be the middle part. So I ain't even gotta do nothing. And they already stained just like this other wood. I said, girl, make it easy for yourself. So all I gotta do is drill some holes, baby. They see it. And then I'm gonna put all this stuff over here. All of the stuff that I'm constantly showing y'all is about to be, because it's in this tub, but it need a place. I need to be able to get to it easily. So I'm gonna go in and build that shelf today. I ain't really gotta do nothing but, like I said, drill some holes. That's it. And I'm grateful because I had already cut all the wood. I might have to cut one like a half an inch. But my homeboy went out there and did my storage for me, so I can get in there and get my table saw, and I ain't gotta be using my circular saw, which is great. Just got back from the pantry and I'm eating. That part. Yeah, I have to build stuff. I can't. Some people in LA learn to use bottled water. California going through it right now. And I saw them winds and stuff for the hurricane. I said, boy, listen, that's crazy. You headed to the butcher shop. Good job, honey. But I'm happy our Cali people good. If the power go out, if they cut the water, they know how to go fill them bags up, and they 50 pound box things and all of that, baby. Water treatment and everything. You hear me? You said what now? You know what's really crazy? I gotta get these weak points together. Y'all know what's really crazy? I thought about this earlier and last night before I went to sleep. So, remember us talking about remember when I talked about us maybe having to leave very quickly, right? And so you'll want to have like your survival stuff together and different things like that. Think about if some of the people that are in those places where they just had to leave their homes, right? Because who's trying to go through a freezer and get food and all of that kind of stuff? But if they had their survival stuff all together, even their tents and a way to cook, even though they moved them to certain places, they could have, you know, if they say they had 24 hours to get out or whatever it was, right? I don't know how long they had. But if they had survival stuff, they could have taken all that stuff with them just in case. You know what I'm saying? Like the sleeping bags and all of the things. Yeah, but I'm saying the people that had to leave their homes in California because they was falling off the cliffs and stuff like that, or the people that are in that area, you don't be thinking about taking your groceries with you when you leave. You know what I'm saying? You're not thinking about unloading, right? You just grabbing. But if you have all that survival food and stuff that we have, it can make it a lot easier when you're trying to transition. You know what I'm saying? like all of the emergency lights and things like that. Like it'll make it a little bit easier if you have to move around and not, yeah, food and water are essential, right? But most people, I mean, because they're thinking, where are we gonna go if there's no freezer or whatever? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I was just thinking about that earlier. Good morning, TT. Good morning, TT baby. Good morning, TT Circus. Good morning. Ooh, I didn't see some of these babies grow up. That is so crazy. For the ladies, it's good to have personal products too, like menstrual cups. Yep. We got we bought a whole bunch of the panties that got the pads in them, and we bought reusable pads. They're in our survival kits. They're right here. Um, they in that thing in there. But we definitely have some. Yeah, we did that for our youngins and our girls that might be getting ready to start, or in a couple of years. We got some of the washable ones with the charcoal part in it and things like that. Yeah, yeah, it's a real thing, baby. We got to, cause see, people wasn't thinking about that during 2020. Just the normal everyday things. You know what I'm saying? And baby, one thing I'm not gonna do if I can avoid it. I don't like being in situations where I need something and it's not available. You know what I mean? So I be trying to think ahead, like laundry soap, everything. But maybe that's because I was a mama young, so I always thought about 2 months ahead, 3 months ahead, tried to make sure if nothing else, we got deodorant, washing powder, the things you need every day, laundry soap and dishwashing liquid, pine sol bleach, all those things. Tried to keep those things stocked up to where if I didn't have money to get them for 3 months, I still had enough to take me 3 months. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, you're gonna need book one and book two and your Bible Gateway today. Up cooking cabbage candy, sweet potatoes, barbecue. Oh, Auntie, you said you sending us a plate. You was raised like that too, Riz? Yeah, yes. My daughter only 8, and I've passed for when she starts that part. We don't know when it's gonna happen. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, Riz. Telling you, honey, if you hit some hard times, it don't matter if you already got everything you need. You hear me? It won't hit the same. But if you gotta go in there and look at them empty cabinets and you ain't got no deodorant, no this, no that, and you already in a situation, oh yeah, that's gonna make you feel worse. So if you stock up when you do have the money, right? Like I only buy toilet paper 2 times a year. I'm not running in no store every 2 days. And even when I had my kids, I didn't do that. If I bought, like, I might spend all the money this month on toilet paper. So I know I got toilet paper for 6 months, right? Then next month, it's all cleaning stuff like pine sol bleach, blah, 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 whatever, house stuff, the toilet wipes, all that kind of stuff. Then the third month, I'm buying all like laundry soap. I mean, not laundry soap, but body wash, deodorant, face wash, whatever, all that peroxide, alcohol, all of that. So for the next 6 months, I don't gotta buy nothing. 6 months, 8 months, depending on how them kids use it. I don't gotta buy nothing. Cause I hate going in the store every month trying to buy toilet paper. I'm not about to be doing that every month. Ain't. I'm about to find. Listen. Right, and learn the coupon. Right. Oh, I do that too. Yes, ma'am. But I'm just saying, like, you been using your HSA card for all of that. Good job. Good job. Yep, straight like that. My husband be like, why do you shop like you not going back to the store? I be like, cause I'm not. And ain't nephew. Listen, let your wife do what she gonna do. Y'all won't ever run out of nothing. Don't worry about it. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, listen, and my mother is the one that taught me that. So that running back and forth to the store that wastes gas, and you be buying other stuff you don't need to buy. When you buy in bulk like that, you don't have to waste the other money of the little things you're gonna pick up in the store that you really don't need. Laugh out loud. My husband looks at me like I'm crazy, baby. I've been doing that since I was 16. Promise. Soon as before I even had my son, baby, I was on it. People, you know how like when people get pregnant, they be like, oh, buy me this. I kept telling everybody, diapers. I just want diapers and wipes, whatever size. Please, no newborns. That's what I was telling them. This is my first kid. I'm like, nah, In the hood, I always used to see chicks didn't have no diapers and no milk. Well, I wasn't going to have to worry about that because I planned on nursing. So milk was not going to be an issue. Hear me? I had them buy diapers and wipes. When people ask me what I wanted in my baby shower, size 2, 3, 4, 5 diapers. Baby, I had so many diapers when he was 1, I was able to give away boxes still. You hear me? We ain't gonna have no diapers. Listen, diapers and wipes. That's what I wanted everybody. I don't care. Huggies, it didn't matter. Diapers and wipes. I didn't want nothing else. They bought other stuff, but I didn't ask for nothing else. All I wanted was diapers and all the sizes. Not that newborn, not the size 1. Up. 2, 3, 4, 5. When they get real expensive, them the ones I need y'all to buy. Thank you. Was not playing. Mm-mm. Baby lotion, baby powder. You can, all the stuff that it was gonna be everyday necessities is what I asked for. I did not ask for no expense. Now my brother, my sister-in-law, and then my son's godmother, they did go and buy all the strollers and stuff. But other people, that's all I wanted. Diapers and wipes, baby. I didn't want nothing else. Because I did not want my baby to be without no diapers. I mean, I was working and stuff too, once I had him. But I was like, nah. I thought about all the babies in the hood I saw. And they had that diaper hanging to their knees. Nose dirty. And just, I didn't want that. Now, I ain't knocking nobody, but we didn't all seen them. And I have plenty that I used to be around when I was younger. And I was like, okay, when I have my kids, I might not be buying all that expensive stuff. But these are the things that I don't want to be a thing, Not every day. Not every day, So, and I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just saying, at 16, 17, I was like, okay. Because they automatically assume that because you're young, you're going to be a bad mama. Same. I didn't have to buy diapers ever and still don't. That part, the best thing is when you just change them and they have a blowout 3 minutes later. Girl, you sound like my daddy. That's exactly what he used to call it. He said, oh no, your baby's blowing out here. Here. People, my house was the can I get 5 diapers house. Can I get a can of milk and I give it back to you when I get my WIC? That was my house. Can I get a cup of dishwashing liquid? You got some body wash. Like, I was 18, but I listen. No, there's certain things I don't want to run out of. Don't want to do that. So, we've been in here 18 minutes. Listen, you're going to need book 1 and book 2 today. You hear me? That's why I moved. Girl, I was in the hood. In Arizona, I was in the hood, and I did move. I lived there for about 2 years, and then I moved and did. But I used to be, what's crazy though? I used to be helping people because a lot of my friends, like, their moms didn't teach them about parenting children. And that's a real thing. Like, a lot of my friends' moms didn't teach them about parenting. I'm not going to say all of them, but a lot of them, like, there was a lot of stuff they didn't know. And it used to trip me out. Like, dang. Like, your mama didn't teach you nothing? So I was learning how to be a parent and teaching my friends to be parents at the same time. It was interesting. It really was. Crazy. And it wasn't that I don't know. But maybe they mama didn't teach them nothing. I don't know. I was having this conversation with my son the other day, and I was like, and we've had this conversation about moms talking about how horrible their daughters are as parents. And I said, I don't know why mamas think that's a flex, because it just shows that you didn't do your job. So when you brag or you talk crazy about, not brag, but when you talk crazy and try to throw your daughter under the bus, talking about how trifling her kids is or whatever else it is to other people, that just shows that you didn't do your job. It don't make her look bad. It make you look bad. So even if my daughters wasn't doing what I feel like sometimes I'll be like, but same, even with me being away from my mama, I knew more than my friends who had active mothers. I'm like, your mama was there. That don't make no sense. And I was away from my mama too. Yes, girl. Yes. Yes. You heard me. But that make you look bad. It don't make her look bad. So even if my daughters weren't the type of mothers that I wanted them to be, I'm definitely not gonna go blasting that out. Now I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like I can pop off and be like, "Whoa, this girl," and blah 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 blah. But overall, I'm grateful. My daughters are good mothers, and that's not whatever. Like I be real proud. You heard me. But even if it was parts of their parenting that I'm not satisfied with. I'm not about to go broadcast that to the world. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because then that makes me look like I didn't do my job. There's no benefit in that. Grandmas and great grandmas, that just show y'all didn't do what y'all was supposed to do. You hear me? When mamas talk about how horrible of a son they have or whatever, like as far as a father, what did you teach him? Hey, what did you teach him? I know someone who made it without her mom and her mom is jealous of her. You know a few people. So, all right, let's do this. Anybody ever had a problem with their mother? This is where we're going to go, and then we're going to go where we're going to go. Anybody had issues with your mom you feel like uh there are parts of your life or dad. It don't even got to be just a mom, a parent. Anybody where you feel like your parent, just you be like, why you do this kind of stuff? Seem like they be trying to hold you back or whatever else it is. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna do some vocabulary words. If you have and I did this with y'all nephew the other day about somebody we know, and I want to see if you can see it. Okay, get you a pen and paper. Let's go. Get you a pen and paper, please. Now we didn't went over this already, but we're gonna have some vocabulary. Cause I just did it with y'all nephew the other day, and he was like, "Wow." I said, "Right. Okay. Y'all got it? Okay, good. Let me run to the bathroom while y'all get y'all paper, your coffee, whatever you need. Go on and get your stuff. Please and thank you. Most of our issues were deeply rooted in mental illness and brain injuries. Ooh, stay on in here, baby Black. Oh, I'm sorry, baby Brooklyn. Yeah, stay on in here. This gonna bless you today. And then we going over to some other stuff. So hold on, let me run to the restroom real quick. Y'all get y'all paper. You're gonna need book 1, book 2, and you're gonna need a device so that you can go on Bible Gateway. Okay, sorry y'all. Told y'all I've been trying to get my liquid intake up because I was definitely dehydrated. Okay, y'all ready? Y'all ready? Okay. I need you to write this down too. You don't necessarily have to type it here. If you want to do both, fine. I would appreciate it if you can. What's the definition of envy? Yeah, but we don't really use spaces, but yeah, that's how you do it. I mean, some people use, I don't be on that girl. I be having to, I try to be, but yes. Envy. What's the definition? What's the definition of envy? A feeling of discontented or resentful longing aroused by someone else's possessions, qualities, or luck. Okay? Honey, I'm teaching this class. I don't know if you want to try to teach it, but if you, I need you to follow along, baby Brooklyn. Okay? You're asking questions and it feels like you're trying to teach my class. If you don't want to do the exercise, you don't have to. But we have a certain way of teaching here, and so I'm gonna need you to follow along. Thank you. Okay. A desire to have a quality, possession, or other desirable attribute belonging to someone else. Okay, I got it, Kim. I got it. Okay, well you will. You'll understand, but just do the exercise, pumpkin. Okay. So basically, when you want something that someone else has, right? Okay. Jealousy. What's the definition of jealousy? Good morning. The state or feeling of being jealous, feeling or showing envy of someone or their achievements or advantages. This the one I want right here. This the one I want you to write down. Feeling or showing envy of someone or of their achievements and advantages. That's the definition I was looking for. That's the next definition I want you to write down. A feeling of anger, insecurity, or concern that arises when someone has something or someone that you want. That's another one. Something or someone, you're jealous of their achievements. You feel like they have an advantage over you, and it makes you angry. Interesting. Now, what's the definition for strife? A complex emotion that encompasses feelings ranging from suspicion to rage to fear to humiliation. Interesting. angry or bitter disagreement over fundamental issues. Fundamental issues, simple things. So you will make an argument out of nothing. This ain't even that big of a deal. But you always trying to act like it's a problem with me. You always trying to act like, oh, okay. 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 We not in no book right now. We just doing an exercise. You're going to need both of them. Conflict, antagonism, quarrel, struggle, clash, competition, disagreement, opposition, and fighting. Interesting. Write all of them down. Ooh. Here we go. Y'all ready for the next definition, or do we need to go a little bit slower? And if we do, it's okay. It's a lot of writing. Slower, please. Okay, we got y'all. Yeah. This class, I need you to take this in. I need you to write all of this down a little slower. We can go a little slower. An easy thing to do too is once you pull up the definition, family, screenshot it real quick if you can. That's another thing I used to do because I used to be writing down so many different definitions. So I would just go and I would screenshot every word that I'm looking up. Boom, boom, boom. And then I could always go back and write it down too. So the words are envy, jealousy, and strife. Yes. So far. Yes, ma'am. That's another way to do it, kind of like spelling words a little bit. You're welcome, Pumpkin. You working, but you listening. Okay. Well, y'all know we got rewatch. You can always, anything you miss, you can always go back to the rewatch. You said at this point, I have a whole CERCA album of screenshots. Lord Jesus, I know. Delete them. We can't, Justice, you can't make me think about how many times people can go through they photos and I'm in there. I'll be and put me a hijab on messing with y'all. Come on. It makes me nervous every time you say it. Oh, God. To know that it could possibly... Listen. And y'all know I don't like people looking at me either. Come on now. Oh, we got to not talk about it. You said my phone full again. Oh, Jesus. That's why I be trying to use the books to cover. Oh, God. Moving on. I just don't want to talk about it. All right. Next. Yeah, don't do that. Definitely delete that. Thank you, Vicky, and I appreciate it. I don't want that. Definitely delete that one. Right. That's not funny to me. Sorry, y'all. Nope. So, next word, bitterness. I don't want that. Need extra storage for screenshots. That's crazy. Bitterness is the next word. Listen. I love y'all. Bitterness. What's the definition? A state of feeling distressed and appointed due to unmet expectations or being treated unfairly. Okay. anger and disappointment mixed together. So when you're bitter, you're anger and disappointed at the same time about being treated unfairly. You're resentful. Okay, interesting. Anger. Oh, you have anger and ill will against somebody. So you got a whole problem with them because you feel like you're not being treated or getting the things that they get. Interesting. Okay. All right. Next one is, what does it mean? What's the definition of covet? Yearning to possess or have something that, oh, yes. Uh-oh. Yearning to possess or have covetousness. Yearning to have what? An evil desire for something that belongs to someone else, or a strong desire. Oh, having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. So the attention that you want, somebody will potentially try to take it from you because they mad because they want your attention. Or they want the attention that you get. They want the recognition that you get. So they take your things and use them for themselves. Interesting. Next word. Y'all ready? You ready? You want somebody else's stuff. Okay. You want somebody else's life. You want their husband. You want their wife. You want their job. You want their whatever it is. Oh, okay. Hatred. It's the definition of hatred. Intense dislike or ill will. Interesting. A strong dislike, extreme dislike or disgust. Interesting. Interesting. You always wishing bad on somebody. You always talking about what ain't gonna happen in their life and all of this. Oh, okay. Let me ask you a question. Last one. Rage. What's the definition of rage? Out of control. Violent and uncontrollable anger. Violent and uncontrollable anger. When you are full of rage, you are violent and uncontrollable. With your anger is uncontrollable. Interesting. A negative emotion, especially with when it's intense and directed at something that doesn't deserve it. Good job. Here it is. A negative emotion, especially when it's intense and directed at someone that doesn't deserve it. You hear me? Now, how many people have you felt this toward? And how many people or who have you felt these things from? You need to do you on one side and other people on the other. And be honest with yourself. Who are you jealous of, envious of, trying to take their life and make it your own? For your benefit, not for theirs. Whose stuff did you want? And if you wanted it, you took it. You hear me? But there are a lot of your parents and a lot of people that are around you. They want what you have. Whether it be your wisdom, your knowledge, the way you look, your husband, your married life, your job, your car, your children. And so they have to make you look bad to other people to build themselves up because they really want your life. And all of those things that we just went through, if you look at a person that's always, you like, what's wrong with you? Why would that's weird. I guarantee you going to say, justice. Trying to tell you. Trying to tell you. And sometimes this is you. Mm-hmm. This is why a lot of parents make their kids look bad to people, even though when you talk to the kid or you get around that person, you be like, oh my God, you're nothing like you said. Right, because this person won my life. They want my life. I'm doing stuff they never did. It could be your mama. It could be your daddy. It could be your grandma. It could be your best friend. And I used to stay defending my name now I don't care. Say what you want and people can believe what they want. God knows that part. My mother was this way towards me and kept apologizing to me before she passed. Okay. 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 I'm trying to tell. Baby, this is what I be having to understand. I be wanting to know. Oh, I know you're jealous of me. I know you want my life. I know you want this. I know you want that. It could be anybody. And it could be for the smallest of things. You hear me? Good morning, pumpkin. It could be for the smallest of things. And they will try to live your life. They will try to become you. You hear me? Baby, do you know what mental illness is? Mental illness is possession. That's what mental illness is. We just did a class about that yesterday. I don't know if you were here, but you can go back and look at that on YouTube. We just did a class about mental illness yesterday, and we broke it down. And well, actually, for the last couple of days on my CERCA TROVA 22 YouTube. I do know this. I just taught a few classes about it recently, actually, and I've taught them before. They don't need to be diagnosed. That's what I'm telling you. They need to be exercised. They need a deliverance ministry because putting them on pills ain't gonna help, baby. The pills is named after the demons that's possessing them. I know. She needs that parent needs a deliverance ministry, baby. They don't need a doctor. They need a spiritual doctor, not a physical doctor is not going to be able to help this parent. I'm trying to tell you. Just go back and watch my classes. It talks all about it. These are two books you can get. This one for sure. You need to get this one so you can help your mama or dad or whichever parent it is. Grab this if you don't already have it. And the parent, buy them a journal. If you can, buy the parent a journal. Buy the parent a journal, their favorite color, and tell them to just write out what they feel. Because they have secrets they can't tell you. But they can tell them to God and He can change it. We have a lot of people in our school that have dealt with mental illness. They have overcome mental illness because they learned that it was spirits and not, there was nothing medicine was going to be able to do for them, because it's an emotional. Spirits are spirit. So a pill is not going to help you in the spirit. A pill is for your natural body. You need a spiritual doctor. And that's when you have to go to God and ask Him. This is possession. Mental illness is not nothing but possession. That's it. The doctors have given it a cute name. My mom is always frowning up at me and always talking bad about me. Now she is on depression medication. I'm trying to tell you, it's hurtful when you experience it from the ones you really truly love. Baby, listen. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. It's a real thing. That's crazy how all our mamas are doing the same thing, right? It's real crazy. And family members too. Because but it's a generational curse. So do you see how these demons, because these are all the names of demons, do you see how these demons have been able to create generational curses? You said yes, living it all my life. Okay. So generation to generation, these 7 spirits, I think it is. How many things did we write down? They're all demons, literal evil spirits that are all mentioned in the Bible. The spirit of strife, the spirit of hatred, the spirit of this, the spirit of that. So it was 7. So you said, yes, I have an aunt who's been attacking me since I was a kid. So now you know why. So 7 generational curses have been able to go on for how long? 7 evil spirits have been able to attach to each generation in your family for how long? But now that you know what it is, what do you pray against over the next generations, over your children and grandchildren? You said this explains so much. Listen, I just did it with your nephew the other day. I said, listen, this is what's going on with this person right here. He was like, Mom. I said, boy, it is self-explanatory when you get the definitions, baby. And this is when you won't be hurt, because if you know this person is trying to covet your life, if you know this person is jealous, if you know they're envious, if you know they really don't like you but they mess with you, you can see it. And even if you have to keep dealing with them, now you have a better understanding of who you're dealing with, so you don't have to be upset or feel offended, because you already know they a hater. You said, I hear the chains breaking. Come on. This is why I tell you, God has me deal with a lot of people, and has had me deal with a lot of people. He already ran down what their issues was in the spirit. He'll tell me that first. So I already know who I'm dealing with, really. And when certain things arise, then you already know why certain things are happening. Because you still might have to deal with the person, but it makes it easier to deal with them if you already know this is how they move. You see what I'm saying? Thinking about it, the definitions, and just standing in front of me got me crying. Oh, yeah. Well, they will even say it. Oh, yeah, they will. All day long. I bought my mom a devotional Bible journal, pens, and highlighters. She had me and my baby brother, 19, and is holding on to so much. All right. I told her, write it all down and give it to God. I'm trying to tell you, baby, because parents be having a whole load that they be trying to stay strong for you, stay strong for them, it be a lot. My aunt even used my idea when she got pulled over by, your ID. She got pulled over by the cop, nearly got me arrested. Baby, you already know, I know all about that, honey. Woo! Woo! I already know. For 20 years, somebody stole my ID, honey. My my stuff and did. Folks was trying to steal my kids, steal my life, steal my identity, steal my whole persona, baby. I just be like, then y'all say I be feeling it. I know what the spirit says is weird. You said Scranton, PA, airport evacuated just in the last few hours. A thing threat. Watching it live, but no news. Thank you. Uh-oh. Here we go. I told y'all I didn't wanna fly. I'm not doing no. Look, I told y'all. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And ever since I told y'all back in March, the end of February, beginning of March, that I didn't want to fly, it's been BS with these planes. I'm not doing no public travel. I told y'all. It's been lockdown, not lockdowns, but shutdowns and mm-mm, mm-mm. Yeah. So do these 7 words have power to you? You can go back and look at your mama and her or your daddy and their sibling relationships and maybe how grandma was. Can you see it? Can you see how these spirits have been able to attach for a very long time and tear people's whole generations up? And it's so crazy. It's in almost all of our families. So then these spirits are very, very strong then, right? I know for a fact the same things that I dealt with my mom, a lot of those issues she dealt with her mom. And this is why I fought so hard with my kids to not have there be division and different things like that. They were all equal. People used to try to say, oh, the light skinned ones is this and the dark skinned one. I'll bust you in your mouth. Ain't no light skin, dark skin. Ain't no you gonna treat her better because she dark. They're all equal. You can see the generational things that have been passed down, how cousins act like their parents. Listen, that part. And do. Yes. 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 All day long. Yep. You ain't even lied about that. Mm-hmm. You spoke a mouthful when you said that in real life. Uh-huh. Yeah. Interesting. In real life. Because they'll teach their craziness to their children. I told y'all I had people in my family that my kids never even lived around walk up to them and say, I don't like you because my grandma don't like your grandma because your grandma thinks she better than everybody. My baby ain't never met this cousin. And if she did, they was like 8 months old the last time they seen each other. And my baby was like, what? Because my mama ain't talking crazy about y'all. She don't even mention y'all. She don't mention the drama between grandma and her brothers and sisters. She don't mention it. My baby was like, I think she was 7 or 8. She was like, Mommy, what she talking about? I said, listen, baby, just leave it. It's 3 generations later, and somebody is talking about something. My kid's like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, because no. Folks be carrying stuff on and on and on and on. I got my kids and I got away. My family is people like y'all that I've met around my life. I mean, granted, I got a few, but the people that my kids call auntie and uncle, TT and whatever else, and grandma and all that, they don't have none of their blood running through their veins. It's my friends and people that I've kind of adopted as my mom that they call. My daughter called me today talking about one of my nieces. Said, she said she missed you. She said, tell her TT I miss her. I said, tell her I miss her too. You said, indeed. My name was put in so much negativity, and today it's still happening. My mama's siblings hate her, and now my sister and I don't talk. My aunt and sister do. I'm trying to tell you, I'm going through some stuff with my kids right now, and it's real crazy. That's why I told y'all the spirit of strife is running, and it's trying to start the process all over. But I'ma just trust God and believe that my prayers is gonna be answered. That's what I gotta do. So, how y'all feeling after writing down that? It make a lot of situations, and this could be between spouses and everything. But do it make your situations make more sense? Why you can't figure out why a person, like, you hear me? Make a lot more sense, don't it? Because you will be looking at a person like, what's wrong with you? I dealt with all of these in my marriage. Except for I had the rage. I was the one with the uncontrollable anger because I was dealing with all the other ones. Jealousy, envy, covetousness, all of that. The rage came to me, but he was walking around with all the other ones. But the rage came to me. The uncontrollable anger, yeah, it was over here. Glad you said that. My kids too. I kind of thought it was disrespectful to my family, but those are the aunts and uncles that I have chosen for them. The guy, okay. Hey, Q. Y'all remember the guy that I was on live with the other day? Y'all remember? My friend Jay? Remember when I told y'all when my kids was young, I used to send my kids to my friend and he would take them, they would be with him the whole summer? That's the person. And my family used to be like, you sending your kids with a grown man. You need to send them down here with us. I said, I'm not. And they want to go with their Uncle Jay. And I know he going to take care of them. I know it ain't going to be no funny business. They going to have the time of their life. They won't be going with you, family, because I don't trust you with my kids. I don't believe that you want to abuse them because you don't like me or no crazy stuff like that. So they going with their Uncle Jay. When my daughter saw him, she said, oh, I haven't seen you since my last whoopty whoppy 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 whoppy. Remember when we used to come down for, she having her good memories. Let her talk about my real family. She don't be smiling like that when she talk about the interaction with my blood family. She do not smile. But when she saw him, her face lit up, because the last time she was going through something medically, he drove all the way to where we was at to go to her like a few of her appointments with me. When she got her good news, and he was there when the doctor said your God did exactly what he said he would do. He was there for that. You hear me? He was there. So when she saw him, she lit up. She said, oh, look at you looking. Oh, he said, not that you thought you was going to get me first, though. Because she already knew he was about to crack on her. Remember I told y'all the first time I met him, he was talking about my toes, my feet, right? I told him when we was driving up, I said, my baby has not forgiven you for the things you used to say about her mama feet in 2010. When we walked in there, she started talking. She said, I still ain't forgave you either for, no, she said, I still ain't forgot you talk about my mama feet. He just bust out laughing. He said, your mama just said you ain't forgot about. I said, I hear about it every year. She gonna remind me every year. She a Libra. She ain't forgot. She is not forgot. When I tell y'all he died laughing, he said, wow. I said, I don't have no reason to lie. Now, you see, you hadn't been in that 5 minutes. She said, I ain't forgot you talking about my mama feet either. He just died laughing, y'all. I mean, loud. We in the surgery center. He cracking up. Stop. Listen. Libras don't forget nothing and don't. He said, that's, I said, I told you she ain't forgot. She probably gonna tell her kids about that. Her kids is gonna know about that. You hear me? That baby don't forget nothing. Nothing. But that's my family. Even though he and I done fell out several times, that's my family. You hear me? That part. You hear me? So God can send you people that really will be there for you when your own mama, daddy, cousin, brother, sister won't. You hear me? We followed in our, I already know, baby. I know y'all do. Listen. But do you understand? And this is why I be telling y'all, why is you steady dealing with people that want you to do bad, that's jealous of you, that's envious of you, that's never going to help you get to your goal because they want your life? Why are you still dealing with those people when God has positioned other people out here that's going to bless you, that's going to help you, that's going to believe in you, that's going to whatever? that ain't gonna try to steal your own ideas, your ideas, and take them for their own. Like, because dealing with them people, it's gonna constantly be issues. You're gonna constantly have not seen I don't deal with people that make me feel uncomfortable. And if I feel like you trying to steal my life, I'm definitely not gonna be fooling with you. True, I don't like my sister at all, but nobody gonna touch her except me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You hear me? In real life. Some of y'all parents wanted the life you live right now. I'm going to say it again. Some of the parents, the life you live, I had to realize, love my mama to death. The reason she tore my life down is because I was doing stuff that she didn't do. She used to say, yeah, she with them kids. Oh, wait a minute, but I'm raising my kids by myself. You always had a husband. So maybe it intimidates you that I was able to travel with my kids and go and do and whatever. I modeled. I didn't know she wanted to model. Come to find out she did later on. So she started taking all these pictures and, doing all of these things. And she said I never knew my mama wanted to model until I started modeling. You heard me? So there were a lot, our relationship has gotten better, but there was a lot of things that I never said to her, but she would do and say certain things. I'm like, I just did that. Right? But you're tearing my name down to other people all the while trying to live parts of my life in front of them. Even taking my words and using them as your own. You hear me? In real life. As much as I love her, it's the truth. And I couldn't figure out why she kept trying to make me look like a bad mother to people, because she didn't want them to hear my story about how she parented me. So she had to discredit me as a parent. So that way, if I ever came back to tell the story about how she parented me, people already wouldn't believe me because she's already discredited me as a parent to people until they got around me and they saw how my kids move around me and they be like, I don't know. Right. Right. But when envy, jealousy, covetousness, you trying to take my kids from me, I ain't fighting with the baby daddies. I'm fighting with you for my kids. I know what covetousness look like, to covet somebody's stuff. Oh, I know what it looked like because I fought my mother for my children like baby daddies and baby mamas fight. I fought my mama with that. Telling my children crazy stuff that wasn't true when they was little. I'm like, why are you doing this? I told y'all, my mama told my daughter that her and my stepfather were her parents and I was her sister. I said, what is wrong with you? I'm not her sister. But the whole time she was trying to cover my older two children. She wanted them for herself. So she had to discredit me when I was having them and do it. Yes, baby. I'm trying to tell you. I don't fool with folks that want to steal my life and act like it's theirs, babe. I can see that spirit a mile away. I'm trying to tell you, in real life. This is why I tell you, I told my kids, I don't want your kids. I'll help you with them. And if they got to come stay with me, okay. But baby, I'm going to do everything I can to help them stay with you. Yes, this is a real thing. I just quit going through this probably maybe 6 years ago. It just stopped. In this last few years. I'm trying to tell you. So things that I'm talking to you about, even though I don't put all my business out here, me and my mama was into it for over 20 years. In real life. From 16, when I had my son, she was plotting. I told y'all, I walked up the stairs one time when I was 17. I was living with her. Right? And she didn't know I was in the house. And she was on the phone with her friend. And she had been telling me, well, give me and your dad custody of the baby. My baby he might have been getting ready to be a year. She was like, you go on and go to school, go off to college somewhere. We'll raise him for the next 4 years. Then when you get done with college, he can come and live with you. Well, God didn't let that sit well in my stomach. I'm going to be honest with you. So one day I was coming up the stairs. She didn't know I was in the house. She was on the phone with her friend, telling her friend if she ever give me custody of him, she'll never get him back. I didn't say nothing. I started packing my stuff because she didn't know I had already had an apartment. I had got approved for an apartment. But when the paper came at that time, they had sent me the paper saying I was approved. She hid the paper. She hid the paper for over 30 days. So I'm calling the people. They like, we already just sent out your stuff, blah, 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 blah. She hid the paper. And listen, I had applied for housing. She hid it and did. And then she tried to tell me, you ain't taking him nowhere. Girl, this is not your baby. What is wrong with you? I'm trying to tell you, I done been through some crazy stuff. She hid it for 30 days. Sure did. Sure did. God had me go up to the office on it was like 4 days before, whatever. Went up there, boom. They was like, nah, you could have been moved. And I've been going through hell this month with this lady too. 17. This is what I'm going through. About to be 18. And I was working full time. I had already went and just grabbed my GED because I used to be tired. I'm like, forget it. I'm about to go on and grab this GED. I had enrolled in college and everything. It was crazy. I'm like, boy, listen. So everything that I'm telling y'all, because I dealt with it all. The rage. My mama tried to get rid. She used to tell me I was gonna be dead. Now she apologized for a lot of this stuff, but she used to tell me she wanted me dead so she could have my kids. I told y'all, she told my ex-husband, she was like, yep, I used to pray that God would kill her. And she laughed. Because she wanted my kids that bad. Rage, hatred, envy. Yeah, it's a real thing. That's why she used to try to stab me and all this kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all. No, listen. I got people that my kids can tell you. It's a real thing. No, my mother needs a deliverance ministry in real life. In real life? No, she don't need no psychotherapy. She needs a deliverance ministry. I know what's going on with my mama. When her eyes flip, that demon is at the surface. I'm not crazy. My mom be having superhuman strength and everything. It's not a game. Quick with a knife too. Quick. Quick. Baby, she'll hit. Listen, y'all be playing. I've been fighting for my life, my whole life. If I didn't learn how demons worked at 6 and 7 years old, baby, I probably wouldn't be here. I used to see the spirits flip in my mama's eyes. Do you understand? I'm telling you. My mother called CPS on me and told the people I was on all kind of drug. Girl, I didn't even know existed. A whole year later, all 6 of the kids was took away in the state's custody. Girl, I'm trying to tell you. See, you know, Riz. You know. Trying to tell you. Well, this is definitely not where I thought class was going, but I guess this is where God wanted us to go today. Man, I wish I caught the message. We it ain't been no message. We just been talking. Called the police on me several times. Oh, so is your vocabulary words coming to life right now? Chris, I had it done to me before. The person still going through chaos. Listen, it's coming alive now, ain't it? You being sued big time. People don't believe parents steal grandchildren. I know. They do not believe that. Nobody believed me for years, honey. I was screaming at the pastors. My mama had pastors calling me talking crazy, and I said, you just don't know her. That's all. My middle sister birthed 4 children, and I've been raising them since day one because she doesn't want them. That's different. That's different. That's different from somebody that's trying to steal your kids. And I used to try to tell people, my mama is trying to steal my kids. And they be like, girl, your mama don't. She'll tell people, I don't want her kids. Whole way out telling my kids, you never going back to your mama. I'm your and it rocks the cradle. I have lived it. I don't care what nobody say. And she's still on the same stuff in the same way. Ain't nothing different. She's raising somebody else's kid in my family, and she's still doing the same thing in real life. Somebody else. And she's basically trying to, under the guise of helping. I love my mama, but it's the pattern. And if you don't learn the devil's pattern, then you get stuck in a cycle with them. And I'm not doing this with you. My mom still does all she can to make herself better than me. Listen. I be trying to tell y'all. The CERCA done lived a lot of lives, honey, and there's so many things that I've been through. People used to be like, this crazy. I said, right, it is. Very crazy. Like some movie type stuff in real life. In real life. So when you understand the spirits that you're dealing with, remember I told you, I said it'll make you feel sorry for them people because they don't even know that you know that God didn't already told you what spirits is working in them. But it'll relieve your stress because you'll realize it ain't got nothing to do with you. How did I make it through? God, y'all think I be playing. My mom followed me. I moved out of state. Here she go. I'm trying to tell you. So that's it. She just wanted. Yeah. That's why I moved away. I tried to move my kids back to the Midwest and get them away. And my husband's mother called CPS on me for not making a doctor appointment for my son when he was younger for having seizure. That happened at her house. He never had seizures before. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all. People don't believe these kind of people exist. That don't mean they don't. Just because you don't believe it don't mean a person ain't going through hell. And what you got to realize is the whole spirit of Jezebel is real. They can manipulate people to believe what they want them to believe. And really, they be control freaks and all kind of other stuff. That's why I'm not trying to control nobody. That is a spirit of witchcraft. People that talk bad. I told y'all, my kids, when their dads used to call them, because I told God I was going to be better, not bitter. When I used to go through all that stuff, I used to tell God, I don't want to be bitter. I want to be better. When I went through my marriage, but I couldn't have got through my marriage saying it if I had not. How do you live when the person that gave birth to you was always trying to take your life? And I'm not just saying physically. I'm saying ruin your character, ruin your reputation, everything. This person gave me life. If you can't trust them, who can you trust? And now y'all understand why I'm able to be by myself. I'm not a bitter person. I'm not angry. I try to help everybody I can because I didn't let it make me bitter. When all of my family was lying. All. And when I don't mean one or two, I mean aunties, uncles, cousins, brothers, everybody. But the people, some of these people hadn't seen me in 10, 15, 20 years. How do I ain't seen you. And don't nobody live in the state where I'm at. So who's telling you this? Honey, they made up all their own. They got so comfortable telling so many lies on me that they would call me and tell me about what I did. And I'm like, who you hear that from? Because ain't nobody in my family around me. And if I don't tell it, who's telling it? I've been away from y'all some of them since I was 12 or 13. The other ones, I've been away from them since I was 22. So, and I'm 45, about to be, Lord's will. Who is telling you this stuff? It's all lies, I guarantee you. None of that is true. You said God told me years ago that my mother had the spirit of Jezebel, and I was confused, but I understand now. I'm trying to tell you, people think the Jezebel spirit is a whore. It's not. The spirit of Jezebel is control and manipulation. So when people come in here and they call me a Jezebel, I just look at them because I don't try to control not a soul. And I'm not trying to manipulate that not a soul. You hear me? And I'm going to give it to you raw and uncut. So you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I ain't trying to hide nothing. I don't. It takes too much energy to try to control other people. And most people that try to control other people is out of control. You hear me? In real life. No, thank you. I'm not trying to control anybody. I just need to be. Self-control is one of the fruits of the spirit. Most people that don't have self-control is always trying to control somebody else. I did not know about these spirits and my emotions were controlled. Uh-oh. That's why I love it here. What's up, family? Hey, it's a real thing. So, this is why I say I love our class, because we're able to break down life experience, but also tie it to the Bible. Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Okay, so Miss Gray, remember when I told you a lot of people, if they didn't went to church and they repeat what they heard, but they don't even know the context of what they saying. How often do we talk about that? That all these people, they go to church, but they don't know what them scriptures mean. They ain't went to Google. They just hear. They say repeat whatever they pastor say. It's a real thing. Same. I'm good by myself because with Yahweh, Yahshua, and the Holy Spirit, I'm never alone. That part. Do y'all see it more and more? And y'all, who else see that they sound like tape recorders? We're in a situation right now that we have no control over, and my husband is losing his absolute mind. I'm over here just as calm and allowing God to do his thing. That part. They just reading, not studying. You see the difference? But don't they sound like robots, though? They come in here, and if you've been here for a long time, you will see it over and over. They're going to hit the same 4 things every single time. They're going to tell me to humble myself. They're going to tell me that I need to repent and that I don't know Jesus. And they going to call me a Jezebel every single time. And I just be like, y'all cannot be that cookie cutter. Not all of y'all from the same... You're a Jezebel. You need repentance. You don't believe in God because you're... And it really be because all of this is back here. They don't know that we know the spirit of envy and jealousy and covetousness. So, you hear me? Because they come in here and try to teach my class and correct me. If you know so much, go teach your own class. And if you're trying to offer me Jesus, I'm not taking your bait because it's rude and nasty and spoiled. Didn't make me feel good at all. As a matter of fact, it made anger shoot up from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head the way you trying to offer me Jesus. I don't like it. Poor babies. Them books have them shook and do. And then if I get to busting them on the head, y'all see how they quietly leave on out even though they came in boldly. You hear me? they offering of Jesus be so nasty. I told y'all, that's why I was like, no, Dad, I don't want that life. Give me another one. I'll teach, but I don't if I gotta do it like that, I don't want it. All right. So let's get this popping. We've been on here 80 minutes, of course. Beep 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 beep. A do 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 do. A beep beep. A beep beep. Now we about to be all over the place. Okay. So you're gonna need your book 1, you're gonna need your book 2, and you're gonna need your Bible Gateway. But we're gonna go to Bible Gateway first. 45, 47. That part. You hear me? And ears. Yeah. So I'm going to give y'all some time. Some of y'all might have. You need book 1, book 2, and Bible Gateway. NIV version today. Okay. Book 1, book 2, and Bible Gateway. You're going to need 3 study sources today. Y'all got it? My book 1 looked raggedy. My book 1 was, it's a little bit more raggedy than my book 2, but they both. Yep. That's how you know. Okay. So this is why I say get you a copy for the shelf. Get you a copy for the shelf, and then get you a copy to study. Now y'all understand why certain books, I have a copy for study, and I have a copy that I can write in and mess up and drop coffee on and tears and all of that. Get you a good copy, you know, to put up on the shelf that you always have if you want it for your shelf, and then get your study copy. That's what I do. If it's a book you really want to get into, I'll try to buy the paperback of it, and then I buy the hardback. And you don't necessarily have to get a hardback of these, but just so you have another copy, because they will tear up, baby. And then you'll be broke down, the page start falling out and everything. Don't they, auntie? My book 1's cover is off. Oh, but remember y'all was laughing at me and cracking all them jokes 2.5 years ago, talking about how hard I was on books? Y'all think I forgot I did it? Y'all books raggedy now. How you like them apples? Y'all books raggedy now. Ain't got no covers on them, nothing. Stains, everything. How about that? Now who hard on the book? You said book abuse. Come on now. You said, yeah. And it ain't just that one. It's some other ones too. Come for me. Raggedy, ripped up, tagged, and written in. Oh, okay. My highlighter's dead, I bet. Yep, my book 1 covering is hanging on. Oh, so y'all used to come for me and look at y'all books getting raggedy. Be yelling at me and I have no index. Your index ain't on there? Hilarious. So when I said to y'all, well, the index page is gone, y'all came for me. I told y'all there wasn't no index on here. You hear me? Yes, my purple devotional broke up. I bet y'all won't come for me. Watch your words. You never know who you gonna be in a little bit. I be waiting for the page number like, man, just tell me. I already know. Listen, I told y'all, and it ain't even been a long time. So imagine what they're going to look like if God give us another 5 years. And you done went back to them 1,000 times in the next 5 years. Just imagine how they going to look in 5 years. If God give us that long. You hear me? How do you get the books? You can either buy them on Amazon. They're $48. Or if you cannot afford them, not that you don't want to spend your money on them, but you can't afford them, we can help you. If $48 is going to mess your money up for the month. You hear me? We got you. And then you just send your address and name to CERCA TROVA books@gmail.com. It got wet spots on it and everything. I need new highlighters too, just it's hilarious. No, I didn't write them. Trying to hurry home to get my books. Y'all so funny. These are the books. So, these two books, if you've ever read the Bible, please screenshot. If you've ever read the Bible and it didn't make sense, you felt like there were things missing, right? These two Bibles will blow your mind. And you'll want to read the Bible every day. You'll want to start finding out every little bit about everything you can. You will cry. You will laugh. You will be amazed. These books will change your life. Thank you so much. Hey, Troy. You hear me? And I'll show you why. Because they have all these books of the Bible that were taken out. You see it? These will make all your other, all your KJV make so much sense. It is ridiculous. None of my pages closed. I'm so happy y'all books is raggedy. Wish I had that page attached. You petty. I told y'all it ain't even there no more. So when I pulled out my ones out my bag and y'all started laughing at me, let me see if I can find them. Yep. Look. This is to one of them. What book is this? This is my volume 1. That's the wrong way. These was my original volume 1s. And Auntie didn't send me the glue, so I'm about to put them back together. They was the cloth ones, not the leather. Auntie just sent me some glue. It's right here. Auntie just sent me some for all my other books too. Thank you, Auntie. But yeah, this was my original copy. And this what they look like now. Yeah. So there's that. I kept them because I knew I was going to get to put them together. I knew the day would come when I could rejoin them together. And that day has come years later. Hallelujah. Now let me quit playing. Thanks, Dad, for Auntie. And all of y'all. Look. Look. There go the rest of it. Look at all the stains and stuff on the coffee and you see it, scribbles. Well, this is volume 1. There go the rest of it. Look at it, grease on it and everything. You see it? There go the rest of it. I told y'all I kept it. I knew I was gonna put you back together. I just had to wait on the day. So when folks come in here talking crazy, y'all see how my other certain books that I was in like crazy, they falling apart. Exactly how mine look, right? Told y'all. Now y'all understand. Food stains from reading at lunch. Oh, I know. Listen, when I say I took them books, okay. Who don't really leave the house without your books? Like if you going somewhere leisurely, I didn't go nowhere. I had me a Jesus bag, and I always had them books with me. If we went to family outings, it didn't matter where I was at. Them books was gonna be with me. They was wherever. If I was upstairs, downstairs, I did not leave no space. I go in the bathroom, sit on the toilet, and read, babe. Them books used to be with me everywhere. My mom would cry seeing that poor mangled up book. I bet. Yeah. That's why I have a good soil. Yeah, listen, that part. I had my markers with me. Always had a notebook. You said now I need a Jesus. I kept my Jesus. I always had those books with you. Got a bag too, of course, with your markers and your notebook, because you never know when God gonna give you revelation. You never know when you might have to show somebody the answer to their issue. And you learning the whole time. You hear me? You ready for the work. I always take my Jesus bag and they be like, you toting that heavy bag. Yep, don't be mad at me. I don't want to miss no opportunity. That part. And every single time that I took them, God presented the opportunity for me to help somebody see him. I have a Jesus bag in my car. And do, Nikwa. And do. Girl, yes, and do. Even right now on the way to Gmail house. I'm trying to tell you, them books change your life. You see how wisdom is important? Not even just for you, but for everybody around you. It's a real thing, family. And a devotional. Come on, because you ain't about to stress me out with your issues. Here, take this page. That way I ain't got to do all this talking you ain't about to listen to. Because if you open up and pick the page for yourself, you slapping your own self in the face. I don't even have to bust your head to the white meat. Got time to be arguing with you. Ain't. I'm going to let God bust your head to the white meat. That way I can move on with the easy part. That's what, look. Baby. Who ain't going nowhere without a devotional? These raggedy too. Ain't no cases on these, and the pages is falling apart. And I just found my big pink one. It was on my bed. It's already falling apart too. Who ain't about to do it? It's me. We got one for the brothers. And you can get this in God, Devotions for the God Guy or God Girl. They still say the same thing. They're written by husband and wife, but really good. We got one for the brothers. Okay. And we got a couple for the sisters. I mean, you don't have to get these. They have all different ones, but these are the ones we be using. So, yeah. Who ain't about to be stressed out about this is me. Do you want a page or not? If they say no, that means I ain't supposed to be talking to you right now. You ain't gonna hear it anyway, so no sense in me wasting my time. That part. I have a Jesus bag at work and another set of OTP. That part, tasty cakes. Because they can't be thank you, Lex. They can't be getting messed up in travel. You hear me? Let me just go on and give me 2 copies. That way I don't even got to worry about it. Now, I already know, baby girl. Listen. You want to be ready. I have the red one in my car. Come on. That part. Oh, you have the red devotional in your car. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I also carry a notebook to take notes no matter where I am. I'm so proud of y'all. Look at y'all that became nerds. Go on and put your tape on your glasses and get you a pencil pouch for your little thing right here. I told y'all already. I told y'all 2 years ago what was about to come on. So I told you, go on and get you some glasses, get you some tape, get your little pencil pouch with your white shirt and your suspenders, because y'all done turned into it already. Look at you. That part. That part, Space Queen. Come on. You done turned into a nerd on me. Look at you. You said, yep, got it all. And is. Come on. Yes, my devotional today, love letter, was priorities. It hit hard. Come on. And guess what? You didn't have to make no big old declaration. You just had to start working on yourself. And that's all. You said, well, I'm guilty as charged. You listen. You feel like the ER in Aruda. Uh-oh. My glasses have so much tape. Had to get a new pair. That part. Come on now. But to know that y'all books is messy, but y'all see the importance. They raggedy, that mean you putting them to use. Because God said seek knowledge and wisdom and understanding. And you all have been on that journey so deep, it's crazy. You hear me? I'm proud of y'all. And I know that y'all use the information that y'all learn here to help other people's lives, strangers and everybody. Y'all be at the dentist office, busting heads, grocery store, doctor's appointments, interviews, everywhere. And people, Ubers, wherever. Y'all have been able to bless God's kingdom and to help people see God in a different way. Running them jewels up in your crown and rooms in your house, honey. We is not worried about, we grateful for these things, but these things is going to burn. We laying up our treasures in a place that can't be seen yet. I don't wear glasses, but I always been a nerd. That part, come on. I just started with the glasses, girl, 2 years ago when I met y'all. Y'all don't think that God is proud every time y'all teach somebody something y'all know, whether it be about medicine, demonic oppression, possession, anything. God is grateful. And I know y'all share y'all information because you keep getting more of it. And then y'all share more here. Remember, I told you, whatever you sow, you reap. Okay? So if you help somebody questions get answered, what happens? 5 or 10 of your questions get answered. So you're not living in confusion anymore. You're not living in chaos anymore. So the more help you help somebody else think clearly, your thinking gets clearer. Your situations even out. You hear me? This how it works. Whatever you sow, you reap. You sow more kindness and be giving people stuff and helping people and all of this stuff. Guess what happens for you? I never would have seen myself as a nerd, but here we are. I have no regrets. Come on, Vicky. You see? Now y'all got folks giving y'all stuff free and don't worry about it. And people sending you stuff and all of these different things. It's because of the seeds you've been sowing. Blessings on top of blessings. Come on. Will fall down on you and do. And do. I told y'all in the beginning, we givers over here. And that's just not finances. That's me and 3 of my co-workers were talking about starting a Bible study group. Come on, teacher. Come on, teacher. Come on, teacher. Come on. I said in a minute, y'all about to be teaching. Give it a second. Now you said you about to go on and start teaching. I already know y'all be having y'all go and do it. Go on and do it. And will. It is CERCA TROVA books at gmail.com. You can go to my website and look it up, and it says book links, and it's in there. All my email addresses, or go down to the bottom of the first page, and it'll give you the information. CERCATROVA22.com. Look on that first page. You might have to look around a little bit, but it'll show you all the addresses and everything. Yep, I changed my social media algorithm. Used to be messy and full of chaos. Now, all I see is so much Christ content. I love it. Uh-oh! Not you didn't change your... Who else FYP didn't change since you've been over here? That's good. That make me happy, Justice. My job does prayer at the flagpole on Mondays. Come on. Come on. Okay. So y'all don't have all that drama and chaos and folks throwing glasses and acting all crazy? Yours has changed a lot? Okay. That's what I'm talking about. So even the FYP got the message that you don't want no parts of that. Interesting. You changed so much, your FYP changed. Now do you understand how easy it was for the devil to keep you irritated? It don't even be your issues, and now all of a sudden, you drama free. Come on. Woo! Come on, Miss Curtis. Okay. Ain't that crazy? The friends that keep all the drama up and always telling everybody business, they don't call you that much no more, do they? And if they do, they can tell by your facial expressions or the sound of the tone of your voice that you don't really want to hear it. Out with the old, in with the new. Huh? Ain't that crazy? You said I've been buying folks Bibles all year. Come on. I went to my cousin's birthday party. They asked how I know so much. I said, I'm an adjunct professor from WOU. That part. You said, and is. I'm going to school for my master's, honey. My PhD in world studies, life studies. And is. Come on. Don't that make you happy to be able to bust everybody's heads? Ah! and folks is worried about who more saved, nigga. I'm turning out disciples over here. What you done said? You hear me? That's what I'm talking about. You said what? I do. I do have one. I do have that. You hear me? That's what I'm talking about. The proof is in the pudding, what we do over here, honey. The proof is in the pudding, what my daddy be doing over here. You said what now? So my sister has been calling me more, but I think she's paying attention because when I get quiet, she started to change the subject to something positive to keep me on the phone. Yes, they do. Oh, yep, they do. Oh, yes. When you close your ears off to drama, it can't go nowhere. So it returns back to them. And then they got to change the subject. I told you it was going to stop, sis. Mine has for sure. My FYP is full of Jesus and deeper knowledge information. That part, ain't nobody got time. I do not want to hear that stupid stuff. It is not adding nothing to my life. It's not adding anything to my life. So why are we still talking about it? Their business is not my business. Why am I hearing about somebody else? I don't. Yes, if we're not talking God or success convos, it'd be kind of short and do. And after a while, people start calling you. They'll quit calling you. I built my FYP brick by brick. That part. I'll be right back, y'all. They will quit calling you. When they know you don't want to hear that drama, they'll quit. And you ain't got to be rude and nasty. Just if you don't say nothing, they won't keep talking about it. y'all. Sorry about that. Ah! What the heck? So, sorry. Okay. What y'all talking about? Y'all, okay. Y'all have, okay, the Sefer Bible is a collection, but a lot of the books that are in the Sefer, we read them here. There's so many different collections that the one is not better than the other. The Sefer has the lost books of the Bible in it, basically. So it's just like this book that I have down here. I have this big Bible has books of the Bible that are not in the original Bible. It's like the Ethiopian Bible. We have a couple, two different ones that are actually in their languages. Ooh, let's see. Ooh. So see, this is Ezekiel to Revelations, right? The rest of it is down there in the other. This is the little one too. Y'all see how big it is? It's bigger than my head. But if you open it, this book, the Prayer of Manasseh and the Prayer of the Maccabees, it's not, I mean, the Maccabees, they're not in your regular Bible, right? But they call them different things. Some people call them the Apocrypha. It's a lot of different names for them, right? So it's just like the collection. Because a lot of those books are in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of them are in the lost books of the Bible. So, that type deal. I'm trying to find. Ooh. Like, see this? The Song of the Three Holy Children. You see it? It's too heavy for me to keep holding this up, but yeah. Ooh. All right. We ready? First, well, I had two different things that I wanted to talk about, but now I understand why he gave me the other one. So we're going to go to book one first real quick and just hit a couple places, and then we'll go into what we was going to read. I need y'all to go to page 792, chapter 13 at the bottom. Page 792, book 1 at the bottom. What the heck? I'm literally just seeing this. Girl. Oh, there it is. Under the papers. Aha! We back in business because I can't see. Thank you, Dad. Y'all ready? Page 792, book 1, chapter 13 at the bottom. Yeah. Okay. It says, and now, my children, I command you, fear the Lord your God with your whole heart, and walk according to his law in integrity. Teach your children letters also, so that they might have understanding throughout all their lives. Y'all got that? Who can understand that now? Not walking according to man's law, but having integrity and walking according to God's law. Right? Not following religion, following God. There's a difference. Y'all agree? Okay. Good job. It says, as they ceaselessly read the law, ceaselessly, read the law of God. For everyone who knows the law of God shall be honored. Wherever he goes, he shall not be a stranger. He shall acquire many more friends than his parents. What was we just talking about earlier? Parenting. Teaching your children the right way. Parents not teaching their kids nothing. Right? We was talking about that God will give you family if the one you got ain't right. He will give you friends, a lot of them, people that will love on you. If you follow, he said no matter where you go, you ain't going to be a stranger. Well, I done lived in plenty of cities where I didn't have no family, baby, and I wasn't a stranger, I promise you that. People know me like I've been living in that city for my whole life. Several cities, not just one. You hear me? It says, he shall acquire many more friends than his parents, and many men will want to serve him and to hear the law from his mouth. What was we just talking about before I went out of here? Y'all teaching? Now folks want to know how you know so much. When you started having integrity and had something to actually say that meant something, now you got people reaching out to you trying to get the information that you have, yes or no? And they want to listen to you and try to figure out where you got that information from, right or wrong. It could be people on Facebook. It could be people at your job. It could be your family members, in-laws, whatever. Now people want to listen. Not everybody, but there's people that's seeking you out for the information that you have, and you didn't get that information until you started learning how to live in integrity in God's law, not in man's law. Because, okay, let's do this. Who before you came here really didn't think you was that bad of a person? But once you started comparing yourself to the stuff that you read, you was like, oh God, I'm not really a good person at all. You had to come to terms with, if you're looking at it from God's point of view, you're actually not a good person. Like my aunt and her daughter about survival stuff now when I be telling them, right? You said, yeah, it hurt. I know. You said, I'm telling you, God brought the reality and did. You said Baruch had me shook. It had everybody shook, baby. Everybody. Yes, I was in my feelings a many a days, Miss Duncan. She said, yeah, I was in my feelings a many a days, honey. Quit playing. Because when you compare yourself to man, yeah, you good. But if you compare yourself to God's word, you said, that had my stomach scared. You said, I'm not doing this today. Me, I thought I was good. Listen, that mirror was looking back at me. Come on. Come on. It's easy to say you were good. Mad, ready to throw this phone. Oh, I know. Just crying and talking to God like, what? That part. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. So it's easy to compare yourself to man. But when you start comparing yourself to God's word for real and breaking it down and realizing, you said rocking and thinking. Rocking and thinking. That part. It'll change your whole perception, baby. Now let me ask y'all a question. The things that you learned recently that you found out that God didn't like, have you been teaching them to your children? I didn't. I thought I was a goody two shoes. Hold on. I didn't. I thought I was a goody two shoes, but I got checked. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. So now you teaching your children the letters, so that wherever they go, they can be blessed. You're teaching your children to give, even though they're not gonna get nothing back. You're teaching your children to be kind and be courteous and to look out for those that have less. Remember, we talked about this the other day, that they are sowing seeds into their future of blessings, of favor. How many of you, with the information that you've read and learned here, wish you would have learned it 10, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago? My daughter is always with me. So she sees it a lot. Come on. I said, whew. You said 40 years ago, Kathy. Come on. It would have saved me from tarot cards and reading them. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Okay. So the word of God really did change your life. And when you started to live by the law of God and not the law of your church, the law of your pastor, the law of religion, your life got better. I wish I would have knew this before. Come on. Come on. Has your life gotten better since you started to live in God's integrity, in the integrity of God's word? A lot of that stress is relieved. And my daughter brought home some Pokemon cards yesterday. I had to explain to her why we had to throw them away. Uh-oh. That part. I still read tarot and praise the Most High, but I can read without anything. Oh, okay. Okay. Have you studied about divination, water, baby? You visited it some. Can you read something for me real quick if I send you somewhere? Okay. I want to show you something, baby. Real quick, okay? This is in Enoch, right? And I'm not saying nothing, but I do want to show you something. I turned right to it. Thank you, Dad. Okay, screenshot this for me, Pumpkin. Oh, you got Enoch? Okay. So, do you have these books? Or you just got the book of Enoch? Okay. So, 101. I'm sorry. 118. You see this right here? Of witchcraft, enchantments, and divinations, and trafficking with demons who boast about their evil deeds. I need you to read this page. I need you to go here and read page 118. Okay? And get into that. I need you to get into that. Like, get into that. And then also, The Visions of the Blessed Ezra. And it starts on page 587. It's only 3 or 4 pages. So if you can read that part of Enoch, and then also the visions of the of Ezra that's in there, it starts at page 587. Dig into that, baby, please. Okay, so that page in Enoch, and then start at 587 for the visions of Ezra, and take your time and go through that. Like, get your definitions, go through that, like with a fine tooth comb, please. And I got some other stuff for you after that. But once you do that, let's talk and see. Thank you, Pumpkin. I appreciate you. Okay. Now, back to where we was at, y'all. Okay. Here we go. So it says, and many men will want to serve him and hear the law from his mouth. Therefore, my sons, do righteousness on earth, in order that you might find it in heaven. Sow good things in your souls. Here, I'm going to say that again. Sow good things in your souls, and you will find them in your lives. If you sow evil, you will reap every trouble and tribulation. I'm going to say that again. If you sow evil, you will reap every trouble and tribulation. Interesting. So when you always wishing something bad on somebody, you always thinking evil, you always trying to think how you going to get over, how you can deceive somebody, how you can make somebody feel bad about themselves or try to make them feel little, all of that stuff, you just heaped a whole bunch of coals on your own head. Going back to the parents that did a whole bunch of horrible stuff to try to ruin their own kids' lives, a lot of them parents are sick. Because the Bible talks about not provoking your children as well. You hear me? No, we on 793. 793. You hear me? Some of y'all parents is sick because they did things to you that they wasn't supposed to, or they put you in situations that pushed you into certain situations that you shouldn't have been in. Do you hear me? Hello? Hello? And then to know that the person that they mistreated is the person that got to take care of them. Knowing they wished ill will on you. You hear me? It's a real thing. And if they had their power, they still would. In real life. You said yes, wow, Ephesians 6 and 4. Okay. Okay, Justice. That's why I say it don't pay to be evil, to try to tear nobody's life up, to try to make nobody look bad, because you ain't doing nothing but bring it. You said yours was your brother. Same thing. Family, period. Friends. Everybody. Your spouse. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Acquire wisdom and fear of the Lord, because if a captivity occurs, if cities and territories are laid waste, if silver and gold and every possession are lost, nothing can take away the wisdom of a wise man except the blindness of impiety and the obtuseness of sin. So it said, even if you lose every material possession you have, if you go to jail, if you got to be in a crazy situation, as long as you have wisdom, you're going to be all right. The only thing that can stop your wisdom is if you keep running to sin. That's when you won't see the benefit of the wisdom that you have. Ain't that interesting? You can have wisdom, but if you still want to be a sinful person and you're using that wisdom, the knowledge you have to hurt people or to do things, you won't ever see the benefit of the wisdom that you have. So I don't care how smart you are or whatever, if you're using it for the wrong reasons, you'll never see the benefit of that. It'll be temporary things, and then it's always going to lead to a bigger problem. Y'all pick that up? Huh? Yeah. Excuse me. Hello? I feel like it's a lot of thinking going on over there. Is y'all thinking real hard? Sometimes I feel when y'all thinking. Is y'all over there thinking real hard? Y'all think about life situations or something? Something, I feel that. So if your motives are not right, it will never prosper. I can feel it. Y'all, that's running through y'all memory. Thinking back, I can feel that. You said yes, hard. Oh, of course we are. Okay, well, I'm going to let y'all marinate in that for a minute. Because I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? I felt that. It started tingling up my legs and stuff. I said, oh, they thinking. Interesting. I'm going to let you have it. Go on and marinate in it. If you need to write a couple of notes, if people came to your mind, write them down in your journal. Situations came to your mind, go on and get it down. Might as well. Might as well. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. It's a real thing. I don't remember all that I said. You know you got to get it while it's hot now. Just people thinking about different things in their lives. But you know it's always on the rewatch. Ooh. I think of the parents. Right. The parents. There's a lot of y'all parents that sick because of the way that they did you. Or people in your life, they're sick because they wished ill will on you. Okay? They wished for your life to go a negative way, and that just heap hot coals on their own head. And the knowledge that you have for yourself, if you use it for the wrong reasons, it'll never bring you what you're looking for. So people, like I said, people use their ability to do cybersecurity to steal people's stuff. Okay, well, what you could have got, God maybe had $1 million contract for you to do cybersecurity, but because you would rather use it to be a scammer, it's always going to be a temporary fix. Right? You don't care about lying on the food stamp application to get it and all of this stuff. It always ends because you're using it for the wrong reasons. The information, the wisdom that you have, when you use it for the wrong reasons, you never get it. God gave you the knowledge and the ability to be able to do things to bless people, not to take from them. Not to try to be a user so you can spend your money on what you want to spend your money with, but you got other people paying for the things that you need, that type stuff. Yes, you can, but you're abusing it because you could take your money and do it, but you don't want to. You want somebody else to spend their money while you live your life however you want to live it. Taking resources from other people that really need them. The quality of being stupid or slow to understand or unwilling to try to understand. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You just don't want. And now, okay, does that not go back to what I was telling you about? Do you want the information or not? Now you understand? I'm not about to waste my time talking. Do you even want this information? Because if you have set your mind on something, I'm not about to be arguing with you. Especially when I know the I can give you the information. Now do you understand why I give them a page first, sis? Because some people just want to talk. They don't want to change their situation. That makes them feel relevant. The drama, the chaos, the whatever, they're going to keep doing stupid stuff. And I'm getting off this ride with you. Come on. You want to keep doing dumb stuff and you going to keep pulling me into your... No. Well, why you still deal with them? Why you still talk to them? Why you still... You hear me? I'm not about to. They want attention and not help. Baby, I will hang up in your face. You said it sounds like you're talking about my grandson, your grown son, baby. Listen. Shall we keep going? Shall we? Shall we? I'm going to say this. Now y'all see why I can't be around people that don't want to... Who remembers me saying, now y'all see why I don't want to be around people that don't want to learn? You hear me say that, TJ? Same thing I told my sister about her grown daughter. You want to keep doing stupid stuff, I can't stay. You're not about to keep poking holes in these boats. We're not doing that. Girl. Because it keeps you stagnant. No. You don't want to learn, I need you to go over there. And I've even said that to my children. Baby, when you're ready to really understand, come talk to me. Until then, have your attitude. We'll be all right. Here we go. For if anyone preserves himself from these evil deeds, his wisdom shall be glorious, even among his opponents. It will be found to be a homeland in a foreign country, foreign territory, and a friend in the midst of his enemies. Whoever teaches good things and practices them. Say that again. Whoever teaches good things and practices them shall be enthroned with kings, as was my brother Joseph. Y'all got that? Y'all got that? You picked that up? Did you? Yeah. So it's a whole bunch of people spouting the word, but they don't live it. How often do we talk about that? And practice. Oh, yeah. Right. How many times do we talk about people? They preach all day, but baby, they don't live nothing that they be talking about. We talk about that often. They front. We talked about whitewashed people, people with facades. They try to make you feel like you ain't holy, you ain't this, you ain't got doing nothing, and really that ain't even a real life. We see it all the time with stars, pastors, elite folks. They've been playing a role in front of us the whole time, and that ain't even, they talk a good game, but they don't live it. Oh, okay. It says, and now, my children, I know from the writings of Enoch that in the end time you will act impiously against the Lord, setting your hands to every evil deed. Because of you, your brothers will be humiliated among all the nations. You shall become the occasion for scorn. Who are the most humiliated people around the world? We're scorned everywhere we go. Black is considered gross, nasty, dirty. If you're black, you're considered a low life, no matter if you're a doctor, lawyer. Even, we just saw what just happened to the dude that got thrown down to the ground, didn't we? The Miami guy. Wow. Yeah. No matter, black people they're discriminated against all around the world, even if they just running. No. We could just be sitting. We could be eating. We could be nursing our baby. It don't matter. We are despised all around the world, period. Our hair is despised. Moving on. Okay, let's just go. All right, here we go. For your father Israel is pure with respect. I'm sorry, y'all. To all the impieties of the chief priest, who laid their hands on the Savior of the world. As heaven is pure above the earth, and you should be the lights of Israel as the sun and the moon. For what will all the nations do if you become darkened with impiety? You will bring down a curse on our nation, because you want to destroy the light of the law which was granted to you for the enlightenment of every man, teaching commandments which are opposed to God's just ordinances. Interesting. You plunder the Lord's offerings. From his share you steal choice parts, contemptuously eating them with whores. You teach the Lord's command out of greed for gain. Is this not sounding like Hosea 4? Before you know they message, you know they cash out. You teach things that oppose God's word. So remember when I was telling you when it's the difference between following man's law, your religion law, your pastor's law, and God's law? A lot of these people teaching the Bible is doing it for the bread. And they'll come in here and talk crazy to me, but CERCA don't ask for no money. And you ain't, my Cash App ain't went through neither one of these not once. Because this is not for selfish gain for me. Okay. We've been in here for 140 minutes. How many times y'all heard me ask for some money? How many times I told y'all my Cash App? Matter of fact, when we talked about exchanging it with anything, it was people going to get books for free, not charged for the word of God. How many times y'all been charged here? When everybody was trying to make me go get a Patreon, what did I say to y'all? I said, do they got to pay for it? Yes. I said, no, the word is free over here. When people kept telling me to get all the paid services, I kept, and I'm still saying no. Almost 3 years later, if it's not free. Now, some people, they subscribe for $5. That don't have nothing to do with me. That's TikTok. But you get this word every day for free. I don't charge y'all if I email y'all, if I call y'all on the phone. I don't charge y'all to talk to me. It's free. The people that have actually been able to have own phone, I didn't charge them nothing. When I'm emailing back and forth, I'm not saying you got to pay me before I talk to you. Because when God gave me this wisdom, he already told me, if you do what I ask, I'm going to take care of you. You're not going to have to ask for no money. Do you hear me? I will take care of your needs when you take care of my business. Okay. So if you ever wonder why, that's why. That's why. And I ain't gonna lie. For my newbies, we've been doing this 2.5 years, and there's so much stuff in my house I don't have nowhere to put it. For those of you that believe God called you to teach, you're not going to have to ask for no money, because people will be saying, I'll be trying to figure out things to buy you. God will have you on their heart and on their mind. Do you understand? You ain't going to have to ask for nothing. They'll be waiting for you to say something so that they can get it for you. This is a real thing, and this didn't just happen with TikTok and YouTube. It's been happening in my life ever since I've been teaching what God told me to teach, and not what man told me to teach. Do you hear me? I believe the word of God, and I try to live it as best I can. But I've seen the benefit in living in God's integrity and not man's integrity. Not living up to man's standards, but trying to live up to God's standards. I have seen the blessing on my life because of it. And not just now, this whole time. I ain't always saying I live right because I told y'all my stories, honey. He had to snatch me out the streets, baby. That's why my edges was gone for so long. Quit playing. I was running to the, honey. I can hear the streets calling. I can hear the... He said, yeah, you better put some earmuffs on. Put some earmuffs on. Put some earmuffs on. Go in that soundproof room in there and pray. You get to praying loud enough, you won't even hear them. You said you don't even ask us to tap the screen. Come on now. Come on. Because if you don't like it, I don't want you to fake it. If it hit you hard, you'll tap the screen. If it hit you hard, you will do whatever needs to be done to let me know that you hear it. You hear me? I had to stop what I was doing. CERCA, what you know about that song? Girl, it was my life before that song ever came out. I used to tell my mama, I can hear the streets calling, baby, and they calling my name. Let me go. I got something to do. Shit. Please. Honey, before that was even the song, it was my motto. You better ask my mama. All right, here we go. All right. It says, y'all the people that put y'all hands on the Savior. The impieties of the chief priests stealing the money and eating with whores. You teach the Lord's commands out of greed for gain. Marry women you profaned, and you have intercourse with whores and adulteresses. You take Gentile women for your wives, and your sexual relations will become like Sodom and Gomorrah. Interesting. You will be inflated with pride over your priesthood, exalting yourselves not merely by human standards, but contrary to the commands of God. Please tell me this ain't what's going on right now. Is that not what's going on with religion right now? Pastors will tell you not to listen to what the Holy Ghost is telling you. You listen to me. I'm your pastor. You don't go against me. They with whores, and they doing the same things they was doing in Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. All of them. Y'all wonder why they took these books out of the Bible? Because we would know who we was looking at. They're teaching people that they don't have to be baptized and they can buy a plot in heaven for $1,000. When God say money, it ain't gonna be there'll be no need for money up there. They're teaching things that are contrary to the word of God. And because, girl, listen. Remember we read in Hosea, it said they feed off y'all sin offerings. They don't tell y'all the truth because they want your money. And then they take your money and give it to the temple prostitutes. This is saying the same thing it was saying in Hosea. A girl was showing her shirt about God. And one of my staff complained. I said, it isn't harming anyone, right? Telling folks they going to hell for eating pork, but their hearts are dirty. Come on, and God said you don't offend nobody when you go in their house. Interesting. That plot in heaven blew me away. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. But this is why they be in here calling me a false prophet too. Y'all realize why they call me a false prophet now? Somebody came in our class and said, God don't want us to be broke. I said, Jesus didn't have a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of. Make it make sense. He said, foxes have holes and birds have nests, but the Son of Man don't got nowhere to lay his head. And all the people that he has to follow them, he asked them to leave everything they own, even their wife and kids. Make that make sense, babe. Y'all be playing. Jesus want me to look nice. It said Jesus didn't look nothing like the kings and the bishops of that time. He did not look like a religious leader of that time. And they had the word sewn into their clothes and under their hat and all this gold dripping so that you knew that they were a Jewish or a pastor or whatever else and all of this. I'm a Christian. How dare you talk to me like that? He said they was going to be full of pride. And now people tell you if you ain't got no money, you ain't blessed. When God said he's near and dear to the poor people. Baby, they be teaching against what God said. I promise you. CERCA pastors teaching. I know, girl. I know. We synced it. And Jonathan and what's his name? Who lying? Them or God about what God looks like and what his followers look like and what the ministry is supposed to look like. Selling disciple programs to people, the so-called prophets arguing on TikTok. And now y'all see why I just stay over here on my hole, in my hole. That's why I didn't link up with no church, nothing, nobody. I said, I'm over here to tell you what God, I don't know what they saying. I don't know what they doing, and I don't care. I'm only here to do what God put me here to do, and that's it. Remember, I told you a lot of my pastor's friends like, oh, you need to be doing this, and I'll be charging for my classes, and I wouldn't be. Okay, well, do you, babe? That's why God gave me this mantle, this one. I carry my own mantle. I'm not trying to worry about what nobody else do with theirs. I need to line up to the way that God want me to. And I'm not perfect, but that's what I'm trying to do. This is really about souls for me. It's not about, oh, I got this many people and this many people, blah, 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 blah. No. Did you get that? Did you understand how this affects your life? Do you understand that this can become a generational curse? Do you understand how demons work? Did you know you was a thief? Did you know you was a whore? Did you know you was a blah, 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 blah? How many times I done got up here and tried to act holier than thou? None. None. Because I tell y'all all my dirty secrets and what I used to be on and everything so you can understand that ain't, I don't know that life. God saved me from myself. He saved me for the sin that I liked being in. As a matter of fact, I ran back to it every time I got uncomfortable, whatever it was. You hear me? That part. I don't care. Because you can have all of these people and all those people go to hell under your watch. The big houses, the big cars, the lavish suits, and honey, red bottom shoes, none of that is going to be worth the punishment that you are going to feel if you had 300,000 people, 200,000 people, 500, even 20 people in your church, and you chose because you didn't want to offend them so they would quit trying to fund your church to tell them lies or not give them the truth. It's not going to be worth it. But see, a lot of them don't read and study. They just get up and spout stuff out. But baby, I hope that house was worth you leading 500,000 people away from God. Because if they could die and go to hell, that's on your rap sheet, crazy. You silly. Even how you just handled our TikTok cousin who reached Tara, very kind, very Christ-like, very demure. Listen. inclusive, not exclusive. Who remembers that? We include. We don't exclude. How you gonna get to know Jesus is if I'm bashing you and you ain't gonna want to hear nothing. Like when the people come in here talking crazy, do you actually think I'm gonna listen to the Bible from you? You're rude and nasty. And that ain't the spirit of my dad. People that came in here assailing me. And by the end of the class, they was WOIUers, honey. God said, with loving kindness have I drawn thee. Now, am I going to tap dance on your head if you come in here stupid? Yeah. But even in a loving way. I'm just going to do it to make you think. Get your... Now, did you hear what I said? God is a gentleman. He is. How many times did y'all see God just going off on people? Jesus, God himself in the flesh, when he ran into the whores, the thieves, the murderers, the only place Jesus was clowning, kicking over tables and talking crazy to people was in the church. The only place that I see my daddy hitting people, turning over chairs and tables and tearing stuff up was in the tabernacle. He didn't do that at the whorehouse. He didn't do that at the gambling house. He didn't do that where the murderers hung out. He didn't do that. He did it in the church. Turning over tables and hitting people with whips and stuff. At the church. So what was the church doing that pissed him off so much that he went in there tearing it up that he didn't do out in the streets? Help me understand. He said, y'all done turned my house into a den of thieves and a marketplace. Oh. The pastors is in here screwing all the whores, male and female. Giving the churches money to their mistresses and they boy toys. Taking them on trips and paying for nice bags. All the while telling the people in here that they'll never get close enough to God. Look at God. Look at. Ain't nothing new. Selling stuff, asking for money, and everything in the church is supposed to be free. Moving on. You said it. You can't get nothing from the church for free. Nothing. Not even a glass of water. Your revelations ain't free. Your time with the pastor ain't free. Baptisms cost. To get a copy of the word, if you're not using it, you got to pay for that. It's supposed to be told and not sold, that part. You feel like they guilt trip in churches to donate? Of course. Marriage, oh yeah, you can't have no wedding there for free, even though God said marriage is honorable. Nothing. Can't get no help of any kind. Okay, well, we're just going to talk about it. And yes, I got to go back to the bathroom because I'm old. I'll be right back. I'm just happy. Maybe I should make me some coffee too. Do we have enough? Because we about to go a whole nother place. Yep, let me make me some coffee. Hold on. And I got to go to the restroom. Here we go. Now we about to go a few other places. Y'all ready to go a few other places or no? Listen. So y'all know how we always hear about I need y'all real quick. Well, we can just finish this because it is part of it. Okay, let's go because y'all see all of these. We got a whole bunch of places, but we'll read this bottom too. It says, "Therefore, the sanctuary which the Lord chose shall become desolate through your uncleanness, and you will be captives in all the nations." Everybody has had their chance to be a slave. Like every race of people has gone through slavery, but who are people that have been captive the longest? Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy to Miss Rose. Okay. And you shall be to them a revolting thing. Can you tell me what revolting means? What does revolting mean? Causing intense disgust. Disgusting. Do people treat black folks like they disgusting? Like they're the lowest of the low on planet Earth? In all nations. It don't matter where you go. Interesting. And I'm in the UK living it. Oh, okay. Oh, you're in the UK and you're living it. I'm in America. I've lived it. Anybody else live in another place? Another country? Interesting. I'm ashamed to say my dad did. Okay. Don't be ashamed. It's the truth. When you speak the truth, you can help. Yes, white impersonating our every move. Okay. All right. Not just white, but let's go. All right, here we go. And you shall receive scorn and eternal humiliation through the just judgment of God. Why are these things? So when people come in here talking crazy to me and I say, y'all have heard me say, the reason black people get treated the way that they do is because they started to worship themselves as gods and material things became more important than the creator, right or wrong. So God took our possessions from us and gave them even our land to other people because Africa's the richest continent on the planet. The whole of Africa. We couldn't have cell phones, TVs, nothing without Africa. But other people have control over what comes in and out of Africa that are not of African descent. Asians, Russians, America, whoever, right or wrong. The lands that used to be ours are now, we are slaves in lands that we built up. And I ain't talking about from 400 years ago. I'm talking about before the flood. This is why when they dig down and they see the Olmec heads and go into the Grand Canyon, go to Japan, they done knock them noses off of everybody. And now there are other people of lighter complexion that have control over lands that were originally ours, that we ruled over. But we started talking about how great we was, and we was the best of this and the best of that and all of this, and wanted to be worshipped as God. So God gave us over to slavery. He gave other people our lands, our riches, our possessions. No, they didn't steal it. God gave it to them. No. No, stay right there, Zeus. I got something for you. They didn't steal nothing. Ego and pride, right? This is God's judgment. All who hate you will rejoice at your destruction. All who hate you will rejoice at your destruction. And unless you had received mercy through Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or our fathers, not a single one of your descendants will be left on earth. Who gets killed and nobody cares? And then they tell us to get over it while it's still happening every day. All around the world. A young boy just got killed the other day. Sandra, what's her name, just got killed a couple months ago. And she was talking about Jesus, wasn't she? Okay. Let's go to page 16. Flip to page 794. Okay. Now I have come to you for that for 70 weeks, and that's 70 weeks of years, you shall wander astray and profane the priesthood and defile the sacrificial altars. You shall set aside the law and nullify the words of the prophets, which are wicked perversity. You persecute just men. You hate the pious. The word of the faithful you regard with revulsion. A man who by the power of the Most High renews the law, you name the deceiver. And finally, you shall plot to kill him, not discerning his imminence. By your wickedness, you take innocent blood on your heads. I tell you, on account of him, your holy places shall be razed to the ground. You shall have no place that is clean, but you will be a curse and a dispersion among the nations until he will again have regard for you and will take you back in compassion. Black folks say if God was real, we wouldn't have went through slavery. If God was real, why blah, 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 blah. We are the gods. Yeah or no? Huh? Y'all done heard it before? Oh, okay. So the same stuff, they got us in this situation. They lineage is still saying the same thing. Interesting. Same reason we got into this, where we despised all around the world, disgusted with us, and all of this. Oh, okay. Interesting. It ain't never left, Mama V. It ain't never left. Okay. So we going to come back to this. And now we going over to Judges 4. Judges 4 NIV, please. NIV. Y'all ready? We normally in the ERV, we in NIV today. That part, Miss Muffin. Okay. It says, again, the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Again. What's the definition for again before we move? Before we go forward? Tell me the definition of again, please. A repeat. Interesting. Not the first time. Another time, once more, a repeated action. So another time the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Again, they repeatedly did evil in the eyes of the Lord. That's what that said. This ain't the first time. This ain't the second time. This ain't the third time. This ain't the fourth time. Returning to a previous position or condition. So you went back to what you used to do. You went back to the stuff that God dragged you out of. Backsliding. Okay. Interesting. So what we just read about why they was going to be despised all through the earth and why other people was going to rule over them, did God have every right to? Did God have every right to? Because he said, I done told y'all too many times. I done gave you too many chances. So now, okay. Now that Ehud was dead, so the Lord sold them into the hands of Jabin, king of Canaan. Y'all see that? Who started slavery? Who? God sold them before any man did. Did y'all read the same thing I read? It didn't say a man sold them. It said God did, into the hands of a giant king. Because Jabin was 22 feet tall. I did the research on him years ago. I have it written down. I tried to find it. And AI is making you not be able to find the stuff that you need to find. But he was 22 feet tall. He was a giant. He was a giant king. He wasn't just, he was a Canaanite. The Canaanites was giants. We know this, right? What did it say about when they went into the land of the Canaanites? What did it say? We look like what and they look like what to us? Grasshoppers. So not only did he sell them to the Canaanites, he gave them to the giants. Could you imagine? Do you know what it says they did? They kept sinning against God. They kept going after idols. They was having sex in the temples. They was taking the meat that was supposed to be for the all the same stuff that's happening right now. Worshiping other gods, doing magic, all sorts of things. Making themselves gods, the whole nine. Everything that's going on with people right now. Sin, period. Stuff that got here and our that's just like your kid. Everybody know the rules, but you're gonna keep on acting like you don't. You don't get no special treatment. This is my rule. And just because I picked you to be the line leader don't mean you get to cut up because you the line leader today. Ain't that crazy? So you didn't just give them to a human king, you gave them to a giant king. Y'all don't. Do I think that slavery is worse than idol worship? People went into slavery because of idol worship. That's why they went into slavery, because they were worshiping idols. There is no worse or better. Both of them. Yeah, that's how they got into slavery, is because they was worshiping the creations more than the creator. You hear me? I got it, John. They was being hard-headed because this ain't the first time. Keep going. Who reigned in Hazor. Sisera, the commander of his army, was based in Harosheth of Hagoim, or Hagoyim, where Goyim, we know what a Goyim is. Because he had 900 chariots fitted with iron and had cruelly oppressed the Israelites for 20 years. What is the definition of cruel? That's not what led most astray, honey. No, it's not. I'm sorry, but KK, I can't agree with you. The only reason they were taken into slavery is because their lust led them away. God said you are led away by your own lust. If you're in a relationship that you really don't want to be in, but God told you not to get into it in the first place, and that person starts to abuse you or do whatever, you were led away by your own lust because God told you not to. It doesn't matter how we agree. God said if we don't serve him, we're going to serve the people that's going to abuse us, period. And he would give us into their hands. They was led away by their own lust. Period. Willfully causing pain and suffering to others with no feeling of concern about it. Guess what? You want to know why they were treated cruelly? Because they treated God cruelly. They didn't care about the pain and suffering that they was causing God, even though he kept on forgiving them. They just kept doing things, y'all read it, that made him gag and sick to his stomach. You hear me? They kept doing stuff that made God want to throw up, literally. They were so vile. And they wanted to be treated, okay, like, because God picked them, they thought they could live any kind of way. It's like a spoiled child. Because they parents is famous, or because they parents got money, they are horrible to other people because of who their father or mother is, or because their parents are rich, or this my daddy company, so I'm going to treat everybody. Oh, okay, that's how we was doing. Don't touch me because I'm rich. Don't touch me because I'm a child of God. I'm a Christian. You can't talk to me like that. Ain't nothing changed. Anything that you love more than God, he said he gonna let it take care of you. Period. Most times when you get into a situation, did God not warn you not to go over there? And you shrugged it off and said, I'm going to do it anyway. And then you was mad at God talking about why you letting him beat on me? Why you letting him cheat on me? Why you letting this boss do this to me? I told you not to take this job. You saw dollar signs. You didn't think about what it was going to cost you. And now you working like a slave at this job every day to get that money that you can't even enjoy. And you're trapped. And now, what you loved more in God, then made you a slave. It mistreats you, abuses you, lies to you. This guy said, I never did none of that, but that's what you wanted more than me. Boss be lying, talking about he gonna give you a raise, working you like a dog, and you don't get nothing. Oh, okay. Because you wanted God more than you wanted that job, money, whatever, more than you wanted God. So then God let it mistreat you. I'm only talking from experience, baby. I know. You do realize that everybody in the Bible is black, KK. It wasn't no white people at the time we talking about. Have you ever broke the Bible down and really went and looked at where these places are? There was no colonizers in sight. We were the colonizers. The first colonizers were the greedy people that wanted to rule over the earth when God had already gave them the land that they were supposed to be in. But they got greedy and wanted to take everybody else stuff. Baby, we was the first colonizers. Come on, you got to know this. Again, hate to say it, white folks is our kids. Where did they learn it from? They learn to be horrible from us because we are the first people, and your children act like you. They just get worse and worse. We taught them to be colonizers. The first slaves were called Memluks. They were white. Arabian slaves, look them up. African slaves, they were called Memluks. Memluk or Memlok, baby. Stop, come on now. Slav. The word Slav comes from the Slavic. They were the first slaves, white folks. So come on, what are you talking about? You got to do your history, baby. The word slave comes from the Slavic, and they were slaves first. It started with the albinos. They pushed them out and away, and they went on up into the colder regions. Their hair dropped. Their noses slimmed because they wasn't in Africa no more. You got to study the migration. We was the first colonizers that was going in and killing everything because we were greedy, and that's why God gave it to other people, period. An easy way to show that, look up the Maccabees, MACC, and MEQ. And you're going to see the same story, baby, but the true folks had melanin. That's right, Justice. They are kids. And if they out of control, hate to say it, we taught them. It's genetics. Period. Even the first Neanderthals was black. The first Neanderthals were the giants. Something that mixed with human DNA that was not from here. The Bible talks about it. It was the Nephilim. Those were the first Neanderthals. So Neanderthal DNA do come from us. But you got to study genetics to understand that. That's where all our human, our genetic disorders come from. And if you look up the genetic disorders, they're all named after the mystical beings that we've been told are not real, but they were made in ancient Mesopotamia in the 7th generation from Adam in the days of Jared. The extra arms, the extra legs, eating blood and meat. God gave that rule to the Israelites, or the people that would become the Israelites. So that means they was eating blood first, and eating flesh, and a woman's period blood, and having sex with women on a period. We was doing it first. That's why we got the law. Having sex with animals and all this other weird stuff. We was doing it first. Hate to say it. They doing it now, but we taught them because we were the originals, and they was doing it back then, or else we wouldn't have had to get laws against it. Incest and all of these things were done first by the people that were in ancient Mesopotamia, and it wasn't no white folks at that time. Light skin, but not white. Moving on. Here we go. Excuse me. Let me show this real quick. It's important. Niggas. The reason they were kindred is because the fallen angels went into the into the women and married them, and created all of this that you see. In Babylon, folks was black. In Assyria, they was black. Show you an old Assyrian, and you tell me oh, there it goes. These were the Assyrians. You see that's a nigga. He got beady beads on his beard, braids. You see it. These is the people that started all of that. They was niggas. See his nose? And he got nappy hair. Interesting. The Assyrians don't look like that right now. This is what the Assyrians and Babylonians look like. And this is the beings that they was creating. See, he got human hands and a watch. You see it? And human feet at the bottom. You see it, but there's a whole bird face and wings. Whew. Y'all ready? Can't be the mother of all and not claim your bad kids. The Eve gene is real. So if you can claim the Eve gene, you gotta claim your bad kids too. The kids that can got it out of control, and if you don't get it with the first generation, the second and third generation get worse and worse, and that's what it's been. Salty. Are we moving on, or y'all ready to go? Huh? Okay. Here we go. All right. Cruelly oppressed the Israelites for 20 years. They cried to the Lord for help. Now, Deborah, a prophet, say prophetess or did it say prophet? So why do people correct me when I say that? You're not a prophet. You're a prophetess. You don't get to tell me. God chose. Oh, okay. Moving on. I just wanted to put that in there. The wife of Lapidoth was leading Israel at the time. So a woman was leading the people of Israel. Y'all read it? This the Bible. Did y'all read it in this? It said, now Deborah, a prophet, the wife of Lapidoth, was leading Israel at that time. Y'all read it? She was a judge too. She was a prophet and a judge. Who knew? She wasn't leading one group of Israel. She was leading all of Israel. The KJV says prophetess. It's okay. Because there was about 12 Bibles or so, 20 Bibles before the KJV. Yeah, it's okay. I'm just saying people correct me, and it's different ways to say it. And if you're not a prophet. What? First of all, did you talk to God about it and ask him, or is that just your view? Because what, I don't got no robe on, or... You hear me? You don't look like one. I didn't know prophets had a look. What, because I don't have prophet on my name tag? You shouldn't have to tell nobody. They should know by being around you for a while. You should never have to say nothing. Right? Don't you know a doctor when you see him? Most times, you know a doctor. You can kind of tell a nurse or a person that's been in a medical profession. You can almost tell a lawyer when you see him sometimes. Right? Waiter, waitresses, either way. Somebody getting waited on. Good deal. Waiter or waitress. Exactly. You're still waiting on somebody. That part. You got what I was saying. There we go. Okay. Just wanted to make sure y'all, because folks be getting caught up on crazy stuff. Here we go. She held court under the palm of Deborah, between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim. And the Israelites went up to her to have their disputes decided. So she was a judge. So the men and the women, the priests and everybody went to her to have their issues heard. So why do we have people saying that women are not supposed to teach nobody? When there was a whole woman that was ruling over the whole house of Israel. She called all the shots. Okay. All right. She sent for Barak, the son of Abinoam from Kadesh in Naphtali. Now, where do we know that name Kadesh? Where have we seen that? The most famous battle of all. The Battle of Kadesh. Come on, girl. And who was in the Battle of Kadesh? The Hittites, Ramses. As the Hittites attacked the Ammon division and threatened Ramses' camp. Interesting. The march to Kadesh. They were organized into 4 divisions, each named for an Egyptian god. Ammon, Re, Ta, and Sutika or Sutek. The Egyptians advanced through Canaan toward Kadesh. Canaan, Kadesh, Hittites. Why would the Smithsonian be talking about biblical wars if the Bible ain't real? Folks will tell you the Bible ain't real, but Smithsonian says, oh, but it is. Y'all don't find that interesting? Because it's real history. It is. They say the Bible is made up, but that's not what the Smithsonian say. Interesting. Okay. And they got do the Smithsonian got all the stuff? Don't the Smithsonian got all the giant bones and all? Don't they got it? They do. This is how National Geographic can put their stuff out, right? And this is how the British Museum they can tell us because they got all the stuff. Them and the Vatican, and they run together because the Smithsonian is owned by the Vatican. That's how the stuff that the Vatican come take end up in the Smithsonian, in the vaults. Okay. Yep, we right there. Okay. So, she sent for Barak, son of Abinoam from Kadesh in Naphtali, and said to him, the Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, go, take with you 10,000 men of Naphtali and Zebulun and lead them up the Mount Tabor. I will lead Sisera, the commander of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his troops to the Kishon River and give him into your hands. Barak said to her, if you go with me, I will go. But if you don't go with me, I won't go. This is the leader of an army. Y'all get that right? He said, girl, if you don't go with me, I ain't going. Because wherever the prophet is, normally there's a blessing if that prophet is still lining up with what God does, and that prophet listens to God. So if the prophet is there and something starts to go wrong, the prophet can pray and God will hear. If that prophet is lined up, or prophetess is lined up. Isn't that interesting? No? Y'all remember me telling y'all that I always used to take the prophet bones with him, and that's why Egypt didn't want to let go of Joseph's bones, because as long as Joseph's bones was buried in the king's tomb, they was gonna be cool. They wasn't gonna have too much war. They was always gonna win. They was always gonna be blessed. This is why people wanted the prophet's bones. This is why the Vatican has so many of Peter's them bones and people like that, Mary's skull and all of this, because the bones, once a person has been blessed, the prophet's bones is blessed even in death, as long as God didn't turn them away. So wherever the prophet's bones is, that land is gonna be blessed. This is why God used to tell them, now go get the bones of your fathers and take them up, and don't bury them until you get to this certain place. This is why a lot of people use bones in magic. You hear me? It's a real thing. Okay? Very important. Because people couldn't understand why they take, because the prophet's bones is still blessed. The prophet is blessed in death and in birth. Peter's bones has cursed the Vatican. I don't know about that, but because the Vatican is still one of the richest entities on the planet. They still the richest entity on the planet. They still control the planet. I don't know. Okay, here we go. So Deborah went with Barak to Kadesh, the battle of Kadesh. There Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali, and 10,000 men went up under his command. And Deborah also went up with him. Now Heber the Kenite had left the other Kenites, the descendants of Hobab, Moses' brother-in-law, and pitched his tent by the great tree in Zananim near Kadesh. When they told Sisera that Barak, son of Abinoam, I hope I'm saying Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor, Sisera summoned from Harosheth Hagoyim to the Kishon River, as all his men and y'all, this is crazy, and his 900 chariots fitted with iron. Then Deborah, or Deborah, people say it different, said to Barak, "Go this day. The Lord has given Sisera." Go. This is the day. Y'all, let me turn this so I can see you and quit playing, because it sounded like I don't know how to read. We're going to not do that. All right. Here we go. Because a nigga is struggling to see. There we go. Here we go. Go. This is the day the Lord has given Sisera into your hands. Has not the Lord gone ahead of you? So Barak went down Mount Tabor with 10,000 men following him. At Barak's advance, the Lord routed Sisera, all his chariots and army by the sword. And Sisera got down from his chariot and fled on foot. Barak pursued the chariots and army as far as Harosheth Hagoyim, and all Sisera's troops fell by the sword. Not a man was left. Sisera meanwhile fled on foot to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber. Now, who is Heber? Anybody know who Heber is? Where have we heard part of that name? Heber, Hebrew. Interesting. Here we go. All right. The wife of Heber the Kenite, because there was an alliance between Jabin, king of Hazor, and the family of Heber the Kenites. Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Come, my lord, come right in. Don't be afraid." So he entered her tent and she covered him with a blanket. "I'm thirsty," he said. "Please give me some water." She opened a skin of milk, gave him a drink, and covered him up. "Stand in the doorway of the tent," he told her. "If someone comes by and asks you, 'Is anyone there?' say no." But Jael, Heber's wife, picked up a tent peg and a hammer and went quietly to him while he lay fast asleep. Exhausted, she drove the peg through his temple into the ground, and he died. Just then Barak came by in pursuit of Sisera, and Jael went out to meet him. "Come," she said, "I will show you the man you're looking for." So he went in with her, and there lay Sisera with the tent peg through his temple, dead. Interesting. So a woman led the army in the wrong way because she had an alliance with Deborah. So it was really two women that won this war against the giants. Deborah and Jael. About their life. About their life. So not only was she a judge and a prophet, she understood war strategy. Don't you have to be able to be a wise leader? They was in cahoots together, babe. Where the enemy thought he was running to help, he didn't know she was on board with old girl. Women can't do what? Let me ask you a question. Who won the Civil War? Who won the Civil War in our times? Who won the Civil War? Who was the reason they won the Civil War? Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman. The soldiers didn't know the terrain like she did. She couldn't even eat with them. But if it wouldn't have been for Harriet Tubman, we'd still be slaves. Harriet Tubman. She knew the terrain better than the soldiers. Huh. She know how to bring them around and bring them right up. Yes. Harriet Tubman. Look it up for yourself. And she couldn't even eat with them. She could not even eat where they ate at, sleep where they slept at, but she helped them win the war. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have did it. In real life. Yeah. She knew the terrain. They didn't know it. She had already built a railroad. You heard me? Mother Moses. Come on. And led them through it. And did. And did. So this been going on for a while. And Harriet Tubman had visions. Didn't she? Wouldn't be surprised if she was a prophet or prophetess. Wouldn't be surprised at all. But God has used women that telling y'all, women can get into places a lot of men can't get into, baby. So why would God not use them? That doesn't make any sense. Why would not God use the person that has the ability to set his people free? Whether they got a penis or a vagina, it don't matter. Harriet wasn't scared. Harriet was 10 toes down and her pride didn't get in her way. He could use a woman because she could walk through, yes, sir, master, no, sir, master. She ain't even a slave no more. She free. But she went back into slavery to pull people out of slavery. She took beatings for other people. She went hungry so other people could eat. She had to take a chance and make connections with folks that could have been the enemy or could have been the end of her, but it ended up saving a whole country of people, not just the slaves. Our children can go to school with white kids and other kids right now because she went on to learn war strategy. She watched out. She paid attention to everybody that was around her. She had to learn everybody around her. Do y'all think she could have did that if she was a silly woman? Do you? If she was an airhead, do you think she could have did that? And then turn around and led whole soldiers to victory as to why we can go where we want to right now, except for the sundown town? Huh? I'll be right back. Be careful of looking at a person outside. You don't know what they could do. Y'all all right over there? Everybody okay? Y'all all right? Y'all good? Everybody good? Yeah? Okay. Here we go. And then I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go take me a nap, eat. And I got to get up and put this shelf together so I can get this other side of this room together. Oh, because stuff got to be sacked up and have a place. All right. Real quick. We're not going to be over here long. I'm just about to give y'all some pages I want y'all to read, okay? Well, we're going to read a little bit of the top part of it, and then I'll show y'all the other places where to find the rest of it, okay? Because we just read. What did we just read? What did we just read? What scripture? Thank you, Janelle. Yep, Judges 4. Okay, now I need you to go to volume 2 and go to page 343, chapter 30. Hopefully you're taking notes so you'll be able to go back and put this together. I'm sitting here with Graham. She likes your voice and topic. Tell Graham, hey, Graham. Hey. I love it. We got generations over here, honey. And two. I like that. I like that a lot. We on page 343, y'all. Ain't that weird? We just talked about my voice the other day, didn't we? Was it yesterday we talked about my voice? Or the day before? I need to get me a voice scrambler for when I be like ordering stuff and I gotta talk to people because they just might know this old raspy voice. Yes. I'm gonna get me something to disguise my voice because that's scary that y'all could be walking in a store and people will be like, is that CERCA? I listen to her too. And they right. No, not just with Queen. I'm talking about people that been in the store, Walmart, and somebody just said to them, "That's CERCA. I know her." Like, because they can hear me coming through the person's phone. That's spooky. People I ain't never seen in my life. I think the man at the gas station by where I live know exactly. He said, "Oh, I know you if I believe me, honey." I seen him yesterday, and he said something. I said, "This man know who I am. He knows who I am. He ain't said nothing, but he know who I am." Cause you know how you know a person know you, but they ain't gonna say. He know who I am. He said, "Oh yeah, I definitely know you. It's my grandson. He knows your voice," and start pointing to the phone. Come on, that's my TT Circa. I thought about that the other day when I had you on speaker, girl. Yes, yes, and it spooks me out a little bit. It do. That spooked me out just a little bit because a nigga could be in any state and start talking and somebody might know who I am. I gotta have to come up with another thing to use or something. It's spooky. Nigga you can't hide your voice. You hear me? It's man's. All right, here we go. It says, "Then the sons of Israel did not have anyone to appoint for themselves as a judge, and their heart fell away, and they forgot the promise and transgressed the ways that Moses and Joshua, the servants of the Lord, had commanded them." Y'all read that? My children know your voice from the oldest to the youngest. Hey, TT babies. 343, book 2. I'm sorry, 343. Y'all heard that? Then the sons of Israel did not have anyone to appoint for themselves as a judge. So God appointed a woman? Because the house of Israel, their hearts had fell away from God and they quit listening to what the prophets had told them prior. Y'all read that? Or is that just my eyes? Huh? Y'all read it too? Again, Israel's heart then went away from God and they doing all kind of crazy stuff. Okay. Oh, and they were led astray after the daughters of the Amorites and served their gods. Who are the Amorites? Giants. And their gods a lot of times were either the first Nephilim or the fallen angels, right or wrong. So Israel started to worship these people. You see his body? You see it? The reprobates of God. The children of the fallen angels. Who were half human, half animal, or a third angel, a third human, and a third animal. Interesting. Isn't this guy worshipped as a god right now in India? Still right now, he's worshipped as a god, right? Ganesha or Ganesh. Isn't he still worshipped as a god right now? To this day, the fallen angels' children are still worshipped. Yeah, because in India and certain places, if a person is born with extra body parts, they worship them as a god. It's a little boy, like in 2016, was born. He's about 6 years old. They call him a god. Y'all seen him? He got the extra body parts on him. Have y'all did the research on the little boy? And he blessed people and they carry him around and all of this. And it's because he has some of the same characteristics that their God has. Right. Shiva got extra arms too, the CERN symbol. Okay? And why were they worshiping them? Aren't there cow-headed gods and goddesses in Egypt and other places? Yeah. I've been over on Haitian TikTok learning a lot. I just want y'all to know that. I said, ooh wee. This is why God was mad. So who remembers in the infancy of Jesus Christ when it says that the witches and stuff was turning people into animals? Y'all remember? Hey, y'all remember? Yep, they say some family member gave birth to a frog. Oh yeah, I've been sharing that. I shared that yesterday. Sure did. You gonna be in my business? Encephalitis. Y'all seen the babies that are born looking like frogs? It's a form of encephalitis. Y'all seen the frog babies online that everybody kept saying it wasn't real?
So, my husband and his ex-wife were having sex.
Oh my Lord. Somebody was cooking. I don't know why they was talking about that.
So this is so
I might have to do it on Google. I don't know exactly which. It's ancephaly. I'm sorry, anencephaly. I'm sorry, anencephaly is what it's called. But they have some that don't really have human features. It just depends on how bad it is. And I'm not talking about nobody's babies. I'm trying. They cover their head because it's just like sometimes they're born with just a brain stem and their spine, no brain. You can go through Google and find other pictures. But y'all have seen some pictures and people say, "Oh, that's CGI." No, it's not. Genetic disorders. They went. I'm gonna show you exactly where it comes from. Anencephaly. I know it's a form of encephalitis, but anencephaly. Remember, I told y'all that all of our and they begin to sin against birds, reptiles, wild beasts, and reptiles. What is a frog? What is a frog? You said yes, my son had that, but part of his brain was out. Really, my nephew? No way. But it's still a part of the reptile family, isn't it? Aren't frogs a part of the reptile family? Okay. He has VP shunt to keep the brain fluid. Interesting. Didn't know. And we have family. How many families here that do we have that are born with webbed fingers and webbed toes? I know we have a few. How many people here, either your babies or you or somebody in your family, was born with webbed fingers and webbed toes? Two nephews. Mine, he has one hand like that. My sister in love, her toes are stuck together. TikTok is limited amount of time. My youngest had an extra finger. I'm seeing a baby that looks like that on Facebook and Instagram for a while, and I never knew it was real. Yes, Miss Angela, it is. You have two webbed toes. I do not have webbed fingers or toes, but you was born with a club foot. Okay. Anybody that was born with an extra a tail or abnormal bone growths? Heart on the other side. Let's do this. Who was born with a birth defect? And if you don't mind telling us what it is, can you tell us? We know extra fingers come from the races of the giants. Anybody born with a birth defect? Can y'all tell us what it was? Your daughter had a mini tail. So we know that she had a vestigial tail. You had an extra finger. Anybody else? My son was born with 6 fingers on each hand, so he had the same thing as the men of Gath that the Bible tells us about. Anybody had extra rows of teeth? Anybody had extra rows of teeth? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. He's 6'5" at 18. It says, in still another battle which took place at Gath, there was a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. 24 in all. He was a descendant from Rapha. Rapha are the Rephaim, a version of giants. Your sister had double rows of teeth. So did these guys. My nephew was born with hypoplastic left heart syndrome. The left side of his heart did not develop. Interesting. This guy I was dating was born with 2 rows of bottom teeth. He showed me where they were removed. Me, my daddy, and nephew born with 6 fingers on both. My brother has only 1. Oh, okay. So, y'all lineage here. Some of y'all DNA came from the men of Gath. Ain't that interesting? 93, and now she's thinking back to all the babies in the family. Come on, Grams! Not got Grant. Come on, Grams! I'm excited! We got a 93-year-old student. Woo-woo! Hi, Grams! Welcome to WOIU! So let me show you. Do Grams mind telling us where Grams is from? I'm about to show her something. Grams. I'm excited. See this book? The Encyclopedia of Ancient Giants in the North America? You seen it? My niece and her father and his siblings all have extra fingers, and my husband, co-worker too. Interesting. It is. So look. They found giants with double rows of teeth in Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, Virginia, Florida, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, Iowa, California, and New Mexico. So we know that the people on the boat, after the world got destroyed because the flood was to destroy the giants, somebody on that boat had giant DNA. Maybe a couple people. Because it's still going on now. And the world was destroyed except for those 8 people. But we still see the genetic disorders of the giants that lived pre-flood or antediluvian, or whatever you call it, pre-diluvian, whatever you call it, before the flood. Yeah. Even if the giants built boats, baby, they still had to mate with human women. So the DNA, in order for it to be in us, they had to have met somebody on that boat had it. You see what I'm saying? In order for it to be a genetic disorder, we all that's here came from the people that got on that boat. So then somebody still had the genes. We use our manners, and I definitely can tell you. Can you please tell me the name of the book? It's called The Encyclopedia of Ancient Giants in North America. You're welcome. Right? I'm short, and my boys are 6'7" and 6'6". One day my son told me we live in a land of cryptics. I didn't even know what that meant, so I Googled it. It shows a map of us and the different types of creatures and areas they're from. Creepy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The beings. We talk about the unseen. They did y'all movie with old boy. We talked about it. How all of the people in the Appalachian Mountains talk about them white beings that come out the ground feeding every so many years, and they did a whole movie about it with old boy, the other daughter or the new daughter or whatever it's called, and he had climbed in that mound and they was living under there. Them was the same beings we catching on people's ring cameras now. Y'all seen it? Is it the new daughter? The movie? It's an old movie. 2009. It's called The New Daughter. Y'all should watch it. It's on Tubi, Prime, and the CW. It's on Tubi, Plex, the CW, and it's free. Freebie. Yeah. Tubi, Plex, the CW, Amazon Prime for free, and Freebie. Watch it. Yeah. It's a very good movie. Interesting. Good job. I'm going to watch it after class, too, because I ain't watched it in a while. It's okay. It's called The New Daughter. But anyway, let me tell y'all these pages I want y'all to read because I'm about to go find me some food. We've been on here for 237 minutes. Yes, my kids be here when I'm not even around. They be putting me up. That part. Come on. I haven't, but it's looking like a movie night. That part, Justice. Okay. So the pages I want y'all to finish reading are, this is in book 2. Take notes now, because y'all can, this is going with what we read in Judges 4. Y'all ready? You said things are going to, don't forget Half Price Bookstore. They have a lot of stuff there, and if you look online, they can order it to the store for you for free. You don't even got to pay no shipping or nothing. You can have it delivered to the store from anywhere in the country. Don't forget Half Price Bookstore. They the lick. And A Books. It's a whole bunch of them online too. Don't forget. Okay. So you need page 118 in book 2. All of these is about to be in book 2. So page 118. Yeah, I love Half Price too. I ain't been in a while. I'm going to call my friend and see if he want to go. Maybe he'll go in there with me. Excuse me. Page 343 and 344. 345, 346, 347, and 348. So 118, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, and 348. Yes. Yes. And that's going to tie into Judges 4. Okay? So if you want to go and start telling somebody about that whole, you get to read her song she made. It's some more good stuff in there about Deborah, whatever, however you say it. So that's the rest of the reading for Judges 4 in your book 2. Okay? So you can get some more meat and potatoes than just that part that she won the war, she helped the girl, she blah, 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 blah. Yes. Yep. It's 2 of them. It's book 1 and book 2. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. So I love y'all. You're welcome, Taj. You're welcome. If we have newbies, we have over 1,100 classes that are similar to this. They go in, we talk about family life issues, everything on CERCA TROVA 22 on YouTube. So if you like this class, if you're interested, you're new, okay, well, you can go have class for the next 3 years, because all of our classes are about this long, at least an hour to two. Most times it's 3 or 4. But we have over 1,100 class. You're welcome. We have over 11. Thank you, Miss Ida, right there. CERCA TROVA 22 on YouTube. Go under the live tab. They're not. Yep. CERCA TROVA 22 under the live tab, and we got over 1,100 classes over there. Sometimes it's biblical stuff. Sometimes we're studying mythology, all of it, everything. It's not always biblical. Sometimes we're studying science and land and biology and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. And they're free. You can go over there and pause and read and screenshot. Go look it up for yourself. We like people that study and not just read. Half price bookstore. Yes. Somebody did 118 and then 343 to 348 in book 2. It all ties into the Bible. It does. Every bit of it. Yep. Now I'm about to go find me some food. Cause it's 2:37. Oh yes, honey. You gonna love it. Yes, honey. And get you some journals while you in there. You hear me? Because you going to need them. Get you some journals. Yes, get you some journals. Get you all your stuff. Because you going to need it, baby. You're going to be taking so many notes and definitions, baby. You're going to feel like you back in college. And if you never went, you going to be in it. Trying to tell you. Because you're going to be like, oh, my God. You hear me? In real life. I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all later. You're welcome, Pumpkin. I'll see y'all later.